Hello, hello, my loves. I hope that you're all doing so well. I'm going to do an all signs reading for you. My readings are timeless, so feel free to take these messages whenever you feel like they are calling to you, whenever you feel like they resonate with you. We're just going to look at basically the present energy. Of course, Luna just decided she wants to leave the bedroom the second I started filming. Okay, wait, just be patient, please. Cats are never patient. But we're just going to look at the present circumstances and your energy or how you are experiencing what spirit is highlighting in your life. And then we'll look at what the most prominent influence is that's affecting the situation, what you're moving out of or the recent past, what's going to be shifting soon for you. Hey, don't scratch. And I'm obviously going to have to pause the video now to let her out. Luna has exited. I've returned. Where were we? Okay, I have a couple things that I want to mention before we dive into the reading. So, I already mentioned these are timeless readings. I also don't read for any particular placement, so you can watch for your sun, moon, rising, Venus. If you have a stellium in a particular energy, you can cross watch for people that you care about as well and see what's going on in their life. If you appreciate the content or if the reading resonates, then make sure you like it. If you don't like it, make sure you dislike it because it's channel engagement either way. And I appreciate the support. Comments are disabled for it's an indefinite hiatus. I am just focusing on creating for the sake of being artistic, being intuitive, being guided by spirit and my own intuition without taking anybody else's opinions into consideration, honestly, or feeling like I need validation because I honestly don't. That's not why I post content. I do it because I have a gift and I do it because I enjoy it and I do it because we have a connection. Yeah, so if you appreciate the content, then like it. And if you do want to connect with me in terms of kind of more commenting, then you can do that through my socials, which are linked in the info box down below, along with how to donate to the channel if you want to do that. And there's also a link to our Discord server, which is a great place to connect with not only me, but other really awesome people from our community. We're kind of like a family over there. We sometimes do live events, like little group Zoom calls surrounding big lunations or astrological transits that we want to just support each other and just chat about, see how everyone is hanging in there. So all you have to do for that, it's a free app to download. It's called Discord, Discord. The link in the description box below will take you, once you have the app downloaded, it will take you directly to like our channel page or group. And then there are lots of different like chat rooms with different themes of things that we talk about. So yeah, feel free to just if you do sign up for Discord, then just like post a comment on the main thread, say, hey, I'm new, what's up? Let us know if you have any questions, and someone over there will help you out. Okay. What else? Oh, yeah. So there's one last thing that is kind of exciting before we dive into the video. A lot of different brands do reach out to me or have emailed me over the last couple of years since I have had a channel. And I don't think that I've actually partnered with any of them just because they were all either like completely irrelevant products to what I'm doing, or just once I actually checked into the company and their products, they weren't really something that I could, like, that I was actually passionate about and could stand behind. And therefore, they're not really something that I want to share with you guys or like promote. I don't want to promote stuff just so that I can like make money. But I am open to collaborating with brands that are doing something cool or making an actual product that I would use and recommend. So that being said, I am collaborating with the jewelry brand Otter Spirit for this video specifically. And I also have a discount code that they gave me that I will put in maybe the next couple All Signs videos as well, in case you guys want to use it. But this is a jewelry brand that kind of stands out to me because their mission is surrounding promoting wildlife, and they have a very environmental focus, along with their passion for gemstones and jewelry. So $1 per every product that Otter Spirit sells as a brand goes towards ocean wildlife organizations that protect specifically Californian wild sea otters. They create bracelets, earrings, and necklaces. So you can shop by intention, you can shop by a specific crystal if you have a gem that is your favorite or that you kind of are looking for. Or you can also shop by your zodiac sign. And for each zodiac sign, they have different packs of bracelets that are pairing together gemstones that are supportive and helpful to those specific zodiac energies. So there's kind of like a basic bracelet pack, and then also a strength pack and a vulnerability pack that come in either a full size or mini bracelet size. I chose to have them send me the Scorpio strength pack in the mini size because I think that the minis are just kind of a different spin and they look cute paired with most of the other gemstone bracelets I have, which are more full sized. So this Scorpio strength pack, this one specifically has garnet, black onyx, and red tiger's eye. I like crystal jewelry. I know that a lot of you probably do as well. So I thought, why not get us a discount code and also shout out a company that seems to be doing something dope. So thank you, Otter Spirit. I do have an affiliate link that is in the info box down below if you want to check out their website. There's also a 20% off discount code that I will put down there right next to the link. So if you guys want to check that out and support this brand, then that is how you can do so. Okay. So that being said, the timestamps for each sign so that you can just skip to the part of the reading that you want to be at is in the description box. You guessed it, where all the goodies are. I also just wanted to take a moment to kind of do a little bit of just sinking into the energy so you can stay for this part. I'm just going to quickly cleanse the energy, do some breathing, write some Reiki symbols, and just kind of ground the energy so that we can set a clear intention to bring the messages through that are the most beneficial to everybody involved. So if you want to skip this part, again, timestamps will be down in the info box below. But thank you guys so much for being here. I appreciate you. All right, so let's spark up a little bit of this Palo Santo. Let's just take some deep breaths here and ground the energy. Coming out of eclipse season has been a little wild. Everything has been moving at a very rapid pace for, I would say, the last few months straight, actually. So when we have a second to take to just just kind of reel it in and kind of redefine our intentions, I feel like that is always a good thing to do. So, give you a little cleansy cleanse over here. All right. So at this time, if there's anything that you are wanting some further validation on in your life, you can set the intention that Spirit come through with maybe a specific signifier or maybe some sort of synchronicity that would be helpful to you, or a very specific symbol that you will know or be able to identify that validation through. You can also set the general intention that the messages in alignment with your absolute highest and best good come through, and that you are in the energetic space and space in your consciousness and your ego where you are able to best receive those messages as well. I always find that that kind of helps me, rather than just going into a reading and just kind of starting it and then, I don't know, it always just feels a little bit more chaotic when I just kind of dive into it, rather than when I take a couple breaths, ground my energy, just take a moment to really connect to source, to my guides, to my higher self, and sink into the moment. All right. So Chokure. Just gonna get the energy flowing, kind of. Say Heiki. Just one more. Okay. Just gonna kind of clear the energy over your crown chakra here a little bit. Just feels like there's kind of some congestion. Maybe there's a lot that's been intuitively trying to come through for you guys lately. I know that I've been feeling that it's been coming down, the energy just moving really fast, a lot coming in at once. So that's another reason why it's a great idea to just take a minute to sink into the present moment and ground that energy. Okay. In the info box down below are the timestamps. And when you're ready, I will meet you at your sign. Hello, Aries. What's good? I hope you are. And yeah, let's see what they want to channel through and bring to your attention about where you're at right now, where your energy's at, what's going on with you, and your present circumstances. Okay. Two came out, so I'll keep them both. Let me get your tarot cards now, too. Nice, good shuffle. Okay. Let's get 5 cards for Aries. Where's Aries at? What message do you have for Aries for the highest and best good of all? Okay. Mm-hmm. Okay. Aries. Let's dive into this. Sorry, I was kind of just soaking up the energies while I was getting the cards down. Okay. The present circumstances for you came out as the Chariot. So this is Cancerian energy in the major arcana. Jupiter energy is also here. Something is definitely shifting and you are feeling it in a very powerful kind of way. But it's the best way I can explain it is it's like it's striking you like a lightning bolt, a powerful, something powerful striking you, right? But it's not so much you like wielding the power. It's not so much harmonious and you feeling as though you're sitting on top of all of this energy in a really sovereign kind of like neat and tidy and in dominion kind of way. I'm not really getting that. It feels more chaotic and a little bit out of your control, which, hey, the only constant is change. A lot of life is chaos, let's be real. So I'm not saying that is a bad thing. Tell me more about the Chariot. This is the overall present circumstances. So something is definitely moving forwards for you. Something could be pushing you forwards in a powerful way emotionally. The Chariot can be about like your emotional willpower kind of thing. The motivation behind the things that you do that gives your actions the strength that they have. And gives you courage to do certain things, even if you're scared. The Knight of Swords. Someone is moving away, but still... Things are shifting, but people are still looking backwards at the past, I feel like. Something is shifting and changing quite significantly. So keep your eyes on the horizon, especially when you're navigating the Chariot, right? You don't want to be looking anywhere but exactly where you want to go. And that's metaphorically speaking as well. It's a time to be disciplined over the things that you do have control over, I feel like. So your thoughts, your mind, the way that you are regulating yourself here. Because there are things that feel a little overwhelming and a little bit painful. Things that you might feel like are not working or coming together that could be frustrating you. But I feel like it's really just there's a lot of like just realness that seems to be coming through and being displayed for you. I heard displayed for you. So it's almost like the universe or spirit, your higher self, whatever you want to say, your ancestors, they want you to see the truth of something that has unfolded already in the past, I feel like. And it's coming through and striking you like a lightning bolt, but it might be kind of painful because your energy is this lightning power, and then you also have music harmony that came out in reverse along with the Queen of Cups in reverse. So it's like, yes, things are shifting. Yes, there is power here, but it's also somewhat of a frightening and chaotic scene that is not, it's not harmonious and it's not in your control. It's more like a natural disaster or like Mother Nature, right? Which can be brutal just as much as it can be beautiful. So it's kind of like the human condition. Sorry, my throat is a little bit weird. So if it cracks like a 16-year-old boy, you know why. Queen of Cups in reverse. The movement that's taking place could be happening between yourself and another person. And it almost feels like there is a divide, a division happening because the most prominent influence on you energetically right now is the Two of Cups in reverse. With the Queen of Cups and the Two of Cups both in reverse here, plus that Cancerian energy, there's a lot of water, there's a lot of love, but complicated love that has maybe been lost or is just put on the back burner or has been repressed, numbed out, neglected, not treated correctly. There's something that is being lost or taken away or put in like a timeout or a hiatus sort of state. And I think it's striking you or hitting you as some sort of warm, harmonious, intimate connection and love kind of being pulled out of your, it's like the rug being pulled out from under you a little bit. The loss of harmony is creating powerful change. And this could be a loss of harmony in an important relationship for you, or this could just be you falling out of love with something, you becoming indecisive about what you want, falling out of love with something, and then all of a sudden it's almost like all of a sudden you are then you're being asked to kind of rethink and maybe redesign what it is that you're building, the direction that you are going with that chariot energy, and why. Like I said before, these are the things that you're kind of being forced to ask yourself. And I feel like it's because things are kind of crumbling around you in some areas. And this is giving you choices, right? You have choices to make now, decisions and directions to move in, because when things fall apart, other things can come together. That's what there's the opportunity for, right? But you are processing some sort of grief or loss at the same time here, as you're questioning these things that are deeper about yourself and that sort of thing. It also feels like you're processing some sort of relational distance or loss. What's this Two of Cups in reverse? The prominent influence. You're feeling a little cold and stressed out though, and not in your heart space so much with that Queen of Cups in reverse. It's like you are more, you might be seeing your emotions as a weakness or a liability that you don't want to. It's like there's too many other things shifting, or the energy is moving too fast and you already feel out of control enough that you might be like, I'm just going to put this over there for now. But I feel that it's kind of like nagging at you or wanting your emotional attention regardless. So try to give yourself space to also process the emotional part too. Okay. I feel like it will do you more damage. And be more destabilizing from like behind the scenes or under the surface, rather than just kind of facing it and letting yourself process through it. What's this Two of Cups in reverse though? The Ace of Pentacles in reverse, the King of Cups in reverse, the Moon in reverse, Jesus. The King and Queen of Cups both in reverse. Yeah. The King and Queen of Cups, the Wheel of Fortune, the Two of Cups, and the Ace of Pentacles in reverse are all here with the Moon in reverse. There's very strong water energy, specifically Cancer and Pisces, but Scorpio too with the King of Cups. So they're all here prominently. There's something that you feel like an opportunity here. It's being illuminated to you that you might have missed out on an opportunity that you thought was a sure thing, or you were very certain that it was for you and this could have been with another person. But you're kind of facing some sort of fact that feels like kind of a cold, hard reality here. That's the way the energy is coming through. This is kind of giving like Adam and Eve in the Garden of Eden, and then all of a sudden they're kicked out, you know, on their ass. It's like literally being in a state of bliss and perfection, and then being thrust out into like the cold, hard reality of the world, or the rest of existence. Something has been revealed to you from somebody else, from an external source, and this has influenced you or is influencing you quite strongly. I feel like someone who was pouring out emotion towards you or sharing themselves intimately with you has kind of shut that down or pulled back. They are this King of Cups, this Two of Cups. And it's like either just for right now or for I don't know what this Ace of Pentacles in reverse is, you know, how cemented it is, whether it's just a indefinite hiatus or whether it's like a forever thing that this person was like, no, I reject this. I don't know. It might be different for all of you guys. But this is influencing you quite strongly. I feel like this is what feels heavy emotionally for you. Okay, so let's take a look at the recent past and then what is shifting soon for you in regards to your situation. And then I'll let you go. Okay, Three of Wands in reverse in the recent past, and then shifting soon is the Wheel of Fortune in reverse. There are quite a few energies that feel a little bit stagnant or plateaued, maybe. Three of Wands in reverse in the recent past. Again, this is coming through as like someone taking your future from you, or it's like you're looking out. The Three of Wands always reminds me of the scene from The Lion King where he's with Simba and they're at the top of the mountain and he's like, everything the light touches is yours, you know? It's like you're surveying the land. You're like, all of this is mine. I can go anywhere. I can explore. What do I want to do next? What do I want to see? What do I want to do with what I have? What can I build here? What can I create? Which direction can I point my energy to make the most of this thing? And that's like you looking out over your future and then someone just ripping it away from you. And it is coming through as like quite a jolt. Yeah, see, it's like you're just sitting in the sun and then the next second it's a judgment call. It feels jarring, honestly. It feels kind of jarring, and it feels like the cold, swift hand of like justice or karma, or it's like Venus getting booted out of bed by Saturn. Venus and Mars are in bed together and Big Daddy Saturn comes home and like kicks Venus out, you know, and then it's just like no more fun. No more fun times for anyone. It's down to business now. But this does feel as though something in the recent past shifted your trajectory. And again, the direction you were planning on going, the direction you wanted to go in, the Ace of Wands. You had a lot of passion and you were inspired about whatever direction you were planning on going in the recent past here. It could be something that kind of lit you up or like energized you, turned you on even. Almost like a muse. And this could be this connection with this person that this is referencing in the recent past, or it could be something different that you were passionately moving towards. What happened with this Three of Wands in reverse in the recent past, though? What happened here? Or how did this happen, or why? The Three of Pentacles in reverse, the Ace of Swords, the Magician in reverse, and the Seven of Cups. I feel like there might have been a little bit of game playing, deception, manipulation here, a little bit. Because these together I don't like. It's like smoke and mirrors, you know, someone just not being a straight shooter with the other person. And I feel like somebody else cut through the bullshit and was like, you want to play games? Okay, I'm just going to cut you off because I am the emperor or I am the empress. You know, it's someone who's standing in their sovereign power and energy. They're also the King of Cups, so they are emotionally regulated, emotionally mature, and emotionally intelligent. They understand themselves, and this is someone who will do the right thing to take care of and honor themselves, even if the right thing is not the easy thing to do. Does that make sense? So it feels like a tough call was made here, but someone was like, someone that you were dealing with here, it feels like took their offer off the table or pulled their energy back severely and almost took your rose-colored glasses off, or this harmonious sense of love that was being tossed back and forth between the two of you here, or shared between you. It feels kind of cold now here with this being removed a little bit. The Wheel of Fortune in reverse and in the near future. What's shifting here? Let's see. Wheel of Fortune in reverse. I heard School of Hard Knocks. School of Hard Knocks. For some of you, you're learning a difficult lesson right now. I don't know exactly what happened in the past with this person, but there was some sort of game playing or something that this person that you were dealing with just has very low tolerance for, is what it's coming through as. They are a very no-nonsense type of person here, it feels like. And something just wasn't balanced. It wasn't coming together correctly because, like, all the chips weren't on the table. All of the energy wasn't out in the open and pointed in the same direction. There might have been passion, there might have been inspiration, lust maybe, but it's like someone saw the truth of those circumstances and it's like, that's not enough. We need more if it's going to be stable and sturdy and something that can actually withstand time, right? The truth is that, like, love doesn't just lust doesn't pay the bills, you know, or like whatever the case may be. They looked at this and sort of like, let me end this because I'm not super confident that I can be successful based on the way things are. I'd rather avoid something crumbling or being more of a tower moment down the line. Speak the truth and maybe try to leave Aries on good terms. And keep in mind, this could be, the roles could be reversed if you are dealing with someone else, right? You could be the one that pulled away from someone for these reasons. Tell me more about that Wheel of Fortune in reverse, though, in the shifting soon. The World in reverse. The Fool in reverse. What? The Emperor. There you are. The Hanged Man. Okay, well, you're gaining some serious higher perspective here. But I feel like it's coming through chaos and confusion again. That's Neptunian energy with the Hanged Man. It's like something, though, it's almost coming through like Aries in the near future. You're going to be pushed into a state of empowerment through like grit, through tension. It's almost like how a pearl is formed, right? It's through this like ongoing tension and grinding and discomfort. And then something beautiful is created through that. You're in this middle space right now. And it's like nothing is, it doesn't feel like anything is shifting here or moving. The cycle is not closed, but you also haven't jumped into anything new, right? And then with the Wheel of Fortune in reverse, it's like the wheel is not turning. Something feels like it's just very, I don't know, again, like on hold for something. And maybe it's on hold while you have some sort of revelation or integration come through to you. that is going to help you navigate your way forwards. I'm not entirely sure. I do see that whatever this is, I feel like you're kind of in this, again, this pause space, which might feel very uncomfortable. You don't like sitting still for long at the best of times, and this is like a highly charged situation. But I feel like it's ultimately you're going to push you into this huge breakthrough where you see something from a higher perspective, and it puts you more in a place of being in your power from a sovereign place, not just being struck with power that is setting you off balance. You're going to be more in dominion over your power here in the near future. But the way that you get pushed into that state, I feel like is going to be having to sit with yourself and then have some sort of realization in this in-between Twilight Zone-y, uncomfortable, emotionally charged kind of space. Okay? Sounds intense, Aries. But I hope that that made sense to you and was helpful in some sort of way. I hope that you guys are doing well overall. Thanks for hanging out with me. And yeah, we're going to move on now to Taurus. Hello, Taurus. How are you doing, my loves? Let's see what's going on, where you are at with your present circumstances, or what area wants to be highlighted right now. Anyways, what influences want to be highlighted or brought to your attention. What does Taurus need to know most at this time? And remember that I don't read for any particular placement, so you can watch for any energy that's in your chart prominently that you're relating to or resonating with. You can cross watch for people you care about. Okay. Show me Taurian's energy right now. Hold on, I have like one of those beanbag heat pack things under my butt, and it's too hot. It's too hot. It's burning my ass right now. Currently burning my butt. That's too hot. Okay. Sorry about that. Slightly uncomfortable moment. Frick. Okay. Taurus. Show me Taurian's energy. Okay. That's the very last card in the deck. Interesting. All right. Let me see. Get your tarot cards down now, and we'll get into this. Okay. Let's get 5 cards for Taurus. What do you want to talk to Taurus about, Spirit? Stay, glasses, stay in place for once in your life. Okay. Okay. Dang. There's strong like karmic Libran justice-like energy floating around. It was present in Aries reading too. You might want to watch Aries if you have Aries in your chart, or if you're dealing with an Aries, specifically like romantically or as a friend too. And it doesn't surprise me because of that Libran eclipse phase or cycle, our eclipse cycle, with that Libran energy that is closing out. I feel like that is an energy that is very prominent, or it's impacting a lot of people maybe in a lot of different ways right now. But let's see what's going on. Okay, so the overall present situation that Spirit wants to highlight for you, Taurus, is the Ten of Pentacles in reverse. Ten of Pentacles in reverse. Okay. I'm hearing that quote from Fight Club, where his apartment is burning down and Brad Pitt's character, maybe Tyler Durden or whatever, he's like, it's only when you have nothing that you can do anything. It's only when you lose everything that you are free to rebuild literally anything on the ashes of what used to be, right? You can see it as a tragedy and you can mourn it for sure, because that's part of loss, but you can also see it as a force of change that is driving you forwards in evolution, in wisdom, in liberation and sovereignty, ultimately. So something about seeing some sort of, I heard devastating loss. So for some of you, it's a pretty big loss. Reframing that, or seeing a positive side to it, like what it is bringing you, what it is offering you, because every single circumstance offers us something. We can learn from literally everything. It's just how we sort of look at things, right? Tell me more about this Ten of Pentacles in reverse, though. What is this? The Moon. The Ace of Cups in reverse, the Queen of Cups in reverse, the Five of Cups. Yeah, you can definitely watch, and the Lovers in reverse. Geez, you could watch Aries reading. This is pretty similar energy, and I cleansed and cleared between the two of you as well. So there might be a common denominator or link there. But regardless, this is kind of coming through as there was a shaky foundation, but you were not aware of it. There was like a weak link that allowed for something to fall apart, to break the chain is what I heard, though. I'm hearing like Fleetwood Mac. Never break the chain. This is Piscean energy as well. There's a lot of cups and a lot of emotional vibes here. There's strong Scorpio and Pisces. So there's something that wasn't seen, or maybe it's still not seen, Taurus. You might not be seeing, you might be feeling pain surrounding something falling apart, but not seeing where that shakiness in the foundation actually snuck in from. But you yourself, you're making some sort of concrete choice to move in a particular direction. Like you're deciding something and then you're taking action on that decision, because you are in the energy of the Two of Pentacles in reverse. It's like you're saying, I'm not going to just stand here on unstable ground. I'm going to do something and make something happen. And these are the two oracle cards that came out. And this one is the last card in the deck, which I usually take note of. Because it usually talks about like the height of evolution of energy. The Lantern, number 44, consciousness is light, and number 5, the unknown, knowing the unknown, also came out. So these two together, having the Lantern of consciousness and light to shine into the unknown and see things, like perceive things from all three eyes, you know. And really all of our senses are kind of eyes of a sort anyways. So there's something that you are peeping here, but it's from a higher perspective. You're being made aware of something from a very deep place. Something is revealing itself to you from under these moon energies, I feel like. You're being forced to kind of, it's interesting that I said forced. You're being forced. So maybe some sort of situation is thrusting you into a place of having to deal with looking at something, like the cold hard facts of something, or a very black and white, clear and concise picture of something. Looking into places with holding a lantern or light up to places that previously you had not explored, or you had maybe even repressed on purpose, or avoided, or used escapism to stay away from, maybe because there was fears and insecurities that lived there. So the moon can represent those places that we shove down deep in the dark crevices of ourselves, our soul, and it's like we compartmentalize certain things off. Sometimes it's fear, sometimes it's shame, guilt, woundedness, pain, whatever it is that we don't feel we can totally deal with. Sorry. One heavy walker upstairs. So those places, sometimes we put things away and we have even maybe good intentions, like I'll come back and I'll deal with that at some point. But then it's not like you necessarily feel this like the deep pull, like, oh, it's going to be so fun to deal with that thing, that I really don't want to look at. So I feel like we kind of tend to put off those moonlit walks to the darker places or spaces within us. And here I feel like there was something that was hidden to you in your subconscious, and it has been eroding at your overall structure or foundation here. And I think that you're realizing something now about this, is what that kind of is coming through as, Taurus. But it's through something falling apart, and then it's almost as though there's like an illusion being shattered at the same time. You have the sun in reverse with the moon, but the illusion that's being shattered, it's interesting because it's not, the truth is not being illuminated by the sun, it's being illuminated by the moon. So again, this is something that is not, it will require you, I feel like, to go to those darker, heavier, fear-based spaces, or those really emotional places, maybe even. That's where you're going to find the higher perspective. Yeah, there's no shortcuts. This is very strong Pisces energy and Neptunian energy. So it could just be kind of a wishy-washy, confusing, emotional time for you, where you're like, is this fantasy? Is this real life? Make sure you ground your energy, because every Pentacles card here is in the reverse. And there's a lot of that Neptunian, like Piscean, just I could just float away energy, Speaking as a Pisces, you want to watch that. Lest you just off into the twilight zone and never return, The Four of Pentacles in reverse is the most prominent influence on you right now. Well, it's coming through in a very similar energy to that Ten of Pentacles in reverse. Honestly, it's something that was not built on a solid foundation being shown to you so that it can be maybe reconstructed, envisioned. You are the architect of your destiny here, of your whole life. The world and your existence in it can be as big or as small as you choose to make it. That's why we have free will, right? Maybe there's something in your subconscious you weren't seeing that has been limiting you, or it's been causing you to sell yourself short or play small, Taurus, is what this feels like. You could have been... I'm channeling, I love this song. I hear it so clearly in my head right now. That's crazy. It's a song by the band Brand New. And he says, call me a safe bet. I'm betting I'm not. Glad that we can forgive, only hoping as time goes, you can forget. So, the Ace of Swords and the Ace of Cups here. There is love here, but there's also truth, and the two are balanced. And that is very divine. That is very divine. This balance. Source is unconditional love and clear, direct, divine truth balanced in this perfect grace, right? The duality perfectly held in the whole, in the all that is source, that is God, that is whatever, right? The universe. That's present here in your reading. So if something is kind of experiencing like this big shakeup or crumbling, which I do feel like it is, like I'm shedding now that the season is changing. My hair is shedding, so that's lovely. It does this every year. This is like the ground falling out from under you, though, is what this feels like. And you're free falling in the pitch black, the moon. So it is kind of you're needing to trust, you're needing to have faith, but you are carrying this lantern, and the lantern is consciousness. It's you looking at yourself, looking in the depths of yourself. And really, you have that with you no matter where you go. It's not something you need to like cultivate. You just need to travel to those unknown or dark places and shine your consciousness there. Focus your attention there. And the truth or the answers will come to you that you need to know in order to take the next action that's going to be right for you, to rebuild or to build in another direction, to regroup, whatever the case may be. It's interesting that something's crumbling, though, because it does feel like there is so much potential with those two aces here. So again, it is like that line from Fight Club. When everything is lost, everything is possible. Justice is the energy of the recent past, and judgment in reverse is what is shifting soon. So this is Libran energy and then Plutonian energy with judgment. Tell me about justice in the recent past for Taurus. The King of Cups. I'm hearing, okay. Immediately when that came out, I heard that What's Love song by, who's that by? Ashanti? Ashanti? What's love got to do with it? That's like, who did she sing that with? Fat Joe or Big Joe or whatever that guy's name is. I don't remember what his name is. I remember that she sings that song. The What's Love Gotta Do with a Little Menage. Slide for a few and she can come to. What's love? I don't know how I have this lyrical memory bank. It is amazing even to me sometimes how I cannot hear a song for literally like over a decade and then just floods right back in. But the Six of Wands, the Nine of Wands, Queen of Swords in reverse, the Devil. You are moving towards victory and pushing towards it at a rapid pace, believing that this thing was for you, believing that you were in alignment with what it was for you, and you were, because justice is here in the upright, with the King of Cups in the upright. So you in the recent past were aligned with both karma, potentially like a greater plan, purpose, or calling or path, however you want to look at it, your North Node, Dharma, whatever, but also like emotionally aligned within yourself and regulated with this King of Cups energy. And you believed, like, I'm pushing all my energy in this direction because that is going to be successful. But then your plans were foiled and you were thrown upside down. Here's you, Taurian energy, the King of Pentacles. This is something being cut out. But I think that what was cut out had some element of toxicity to it. And this toxicity could have been hidden, could have been part of what was hidden under the moon. I'm not saying someone was purposefully acting in a toxic way, but there could have been like a subconscious thing, conditioning, programming, whatever. I feel like it's actually ironically because you were in such an aligned and balanced state in the recent past that your higher self or the universe or whatever you want to say decided that now is a good time to pull this thing up that you need to see from your subconscious. They're like, Taurus is in a pretty stable spot. Let's shake their shit up because they can handle it. That is how it goes sometimes. Don't you love that? You're like, I just gotta grasp on things for fuck's sake. You're like, time for another earthquake to go through, hypothetically speaking, or as an analogy. What's Judgment in reverse shifting soon for Taurus? What is this coming in the near future here? Judgment in reverse. Pluto energy. I think that what this is you take that lantern to those dark places, the furthest reaches out to the edges of the universe. Pluto, right, is like way out there. And once you shine the light there, you're going to have this new, the unknown is going to be further illuminated to you by your own consciousness and awareness and attention to it, right? But it's almost like you made the choice to travel to that place and to shine your light there, but now you have to make a judgment call on where you're going to go next, especially like based on what has come into your awareness here in this space. But I don't feel like in the near future you're fully ready to just leap off this cliff. You're not fully ready to make a judgment call. You haven't completely decided what you want to invest in, or what you want to invest in maybe isn't investing back in you if this is like a person or just some sort of project or something that you've tried to pour into that it doesn't seem to be going your way. Everything is trying to show you something at this time. If you can remember that, I think that you will bypass some of the frustration, the potential frustration here. Because there is something that you're not seeing. But it's requiring you to tap in intuitively and emotionally and spiritually. It's, again, you got to go to those deep places within you that you've been a little bit disconnected from or hesitant to visit for some time maybe. There's a lot of stuck energy or just paused energy here in the near future. So I do think that you're going to experience, I'm actually kind of feeling that coming through as a bit of like a sigh of relief, because so much has been shifting and like, you know, falling away like a big rock slide. It's almost like things finally settle, the dust starts to clear. And once the dust clears, I think you'll be able to make, and by the dust clearing, I kind of mean like what you witness in this space with your light will integrate or click into place more, and then you'll be able to make more of a a discerning judgment call in terms of where you want to leap, what you want to leap out into next, what you feel like will be an abundant and prosperous investment for you. You got a lot of major arcanas here. So I feel like this is something pretty big for you. And I also feel like a lot of you could definitely be going through some sort of spiritual, intuitive, consciousness expansion sort of thing, or ascension phase, level up, with this Lantern card again being the last card of the deck. And then especially the fact that it was paired here with this unknown, literally bringing the light of your consciousness to something that was unknown. That by its very definition is going to shift the energy in a huge way, because your reality, the way you perceive things, will no longer be the same once you see something that you can't unsee. It's kind of a ripple effect that's going to shift things. But I see you kind of just being in this space where you just want to sort of take it easy, allow yourself time to go on this little trip with yourself, travel to some of these places, witness what you see within yourself there, and tune into what you want to build and what will feel safe and secure and abundant to you. Because whatever is falling apart or being ripped away, there's something about it that didn't feel that way. Otherwise, it wouldn't have been removed. So whether that's something a way that you've been getting in your own way, or maybe there's just an energetic influence that's kind of causing some tension here that you haven't been seeing, I do feel like you're going to gain this insight, and then, like I said, you'll have this decision to make. But it is, with that Judgment card, Plutonian energy is highly transformative. It is going to be kind of like a death and a rebirth to your old way of being into some sort of new reality, I feel like. But take your time to make this decision, because you have a lot of abundant energy, and wherever you do kind of focus it next, I think, is going to flourish or grow. So just make sure that it's kind of like, know that what you're wishing for and why. Careful what you wish for, because you likely will get it. So take this time to really tune into yourself and calibrate, coordinate with yourself before you take this leap into whatever is coming next for you, Taurus, okay? Mwah. I love you. I hope that you're doing well. And we are going to move on now to Gemini. Hey, Gemini. How's my Gem gang doing? I hope you're doing well. Okay. Let's see. What does Spirit want to talk to you about? What do they want to highlight for you that can give you maybe some insight, clarity, or hopefully peace of mind, or some sort of helpful support surrounding your present situation? What does Gemini need to know? Okay. Dodging a bullet here. Mm-hmm. Wow. Could you go, Gemini? Hold on just a second. Just gonna grab one oracle card to clarify your current energy. Okay. Let's take all of these ones. All right. See what's going on here. I like this, I think, these energies. All right. Gemini, let's see what's up. So the present situation for you that Spirit wants to highlight that is coming through right now. So I'm going to do far down. Okay. Is the Tower in reverse. Ah, yes, our good friend. Lightning bolt to the ass, Tower. Mars energy. Energy of assertion, the energy of engagement, physical engagement. It can be the energy of even like conflict or coming up against something, the god of war, right? I feel like there's something you are bypassing, you're swerving, and you're missing something. You are not catching a stray. You are dodging that bullet, and you've made a wise choice here. Your energy is the Two of Wands in reverse. So this, the avoidance of this, was something that was very conscious and intentional. It was on purpose. It wasn't by mistake. It's like you knew that there was going to be a major accident on... Okay. I'm sure you saw a floof of tail and fur. She is here. She has graced you with her presence. But where was I? It's like you knew there was going to be a major accident on a certain highway. So you specifically made the decision, Two of Wands, to take an alternate route home. That's what this is coming through as. You knew something you saw coming or you were aware of. You picked up on the energy. And I feel like you pulled your energy back. You might not be talking to anyone or talking to someone anymore. You could have pulled your energy back from someone. Or this could just be a situation, something you were trying to build that you sort of started to understand. This isn't going, me pushing for what I want to happen is just kind of frustrating. Things are making the situation worse. It's not bringing me closer to my goals. So now it's time for me to kind of fall back or take a different approach, reassess, maybe. But the Eight of Wands in reverse, the Four of Cups, it's like there was a disappointment here based on this choice that you had to make, but you made it from a level, you had a level head, a level mind when you made this. And it's almost like coming through as though a minor disappointment, setback, or sacrifice for the sake of making a choice that's going to take you to your 10 of Cups. You know? You don't want to put even like a drop of your energy into something that is not ultimately watering what it is that you're trying to build right now or grow right now, is what I feel. So you are in power mode, Gemini. You are, I feel like I'm reading the energy of Gemini collective that is quite focused, and they are quite grounded as well, is kind of what I'm getting from this. And that's a very powerful place to be when you know what you want, you know the reason why you want to go after that thing, what you hope to achieve. Once you have that kind of end goal in mind, not a lot can stop you, Gemini. But the oracle cards that came out to clarify that Two of Wands in reverse in your energy, you have a throat chakra card and then 2 heart chakra cards. So these 2 chakras are going to be kind of important for you, I feel like, right now. Gratitude and revive. You might want to work with lime and thyme. Lime and thyme make the heart divine. So you have gratitude and revive. The trigger statements are I am overwhelmed and I cannot stand myself. True statements, I am moving and I am aligned. So the time for planning is complete. Take action, no matter how small. Begin today. Go within and allow everything that is not resonant to be purged so that you can come from your heart, your seat of power. So you're a little overwhelmed because you made a choice that did disappoint you. And now it also put a lot of things in motion. So things are shifting that kind of feel a little, it feels like a lot, right? But Spirit is saying that just take small steps, and mostly the steps that you need to take are not asserting yourself, right? Mars in reverse. It's not about asserting yourself outwardly, as within, so without. It's more about doing the inner work right now. Going within, finding everything that is not resonant or aligned with you and allowing that to just purge or drop away so that all that is left is your heart. And from that place of your heart, you're going to redefine your truest conviction here. Show the card. Your truest conviction. The throat chakra card. Trigger statement is no one listens to me. The true statement, my voice is heard. Stand strong and communicate your message. The world is ready to receive what you have to share. This is spearmint. There's something that you are meant to step up to at this time, and you're ready, even though you might be feeling a little shaky. You might be feeling, so I was picking at a hangnail and now my finger is bleeding. Who could have seen that coming? But yeah. Tell me more about this conviction. I feel like there's something that got a little muted, like your inspiration, your passion, your conviction, or true like seed of motivation here, maybe. There's something about you needing to move away from the past or something that you were recently committed to or involved with. It skewed your vision a little bit. It confused like what you, yeah, there's the Ace of Swords in reverse at the bottom of the deck too. I already had the Knight of Swords in reverse, and then this was at the bottom of the deck. So definitely it skewed your personal truth, and it influenced whatever you were engaged with recently, Gemini. It was influencing the truth that and conviction that you have within you. You weren't feeling heard or seen, maybe. But you also maybe weren't really asserting yourself to communicate what it is that you want, what it is that you don't want. For some of you, there was some sort of connection. And this could have been a friend group, a community, a romantic partner, a family member. But this is what was kind of blocking your higher perspective and confusing you a little bit here. The King of Coins is the most prominent influence on your energy right now. What's up with this King of Coins? This feels like an opportunity. Yeah, it's coming in. And I feel like you don't really have to do anything, again, except for remove the things that are not in alignment. Because the Eight of Wands is like incoming energy. And look at the way the King of Coins is holding this coin, like he's just like about to give it to you, right? It's coming through very much as offering an opportunity. Sorry. My finger's bleeding. I did this to myself. Okay, well, that's very clear and to the point, honestly. Spirit is like, no, that is exactly what that is. This is someone outside of you that they're very abundant in some sort of physical, tangible way. So maybe they have very great health. Maybe they have they've built an empire, or they're a businessman or businesswoman. They might be financially very stable or have a lot of assets. Or they could just have lived experience, right? Which is worth a lot. They are energetically abundant as well. So this person understands the laws of nature, the laws of the universe, how to direct energy, how to flow with energy, how to work with it. I do feel like this is someone potentially that is watching you, or they have their eye on you. They could see you doing things. If this is like, let's say at your job, this could be someone higher up that has noticed you, but you haven't noticed them noticing you, or something like that. Or if you have like a social media following or something like that, this could be someone who you're posting what you do and they have seen you through that. And they have you maybe in mind for a certain opportunity. Yeah, they think that you're perfect for it. They are looking at you and they're like, this is the person that I'm offering this coin to, because look at that. The Queen of Cups, the Queen of Wands is like the best of both worlds. It's like the empathetic, intuitive, emotional siren, and then the entertainer, the strong will, the spice, the soul, you know, to really drive it home. It was very enticing and attention capturing energy. So no wonder you caught someone's attention here. But yeah, I see this person coming in, and it doesn't have to be a masculine energy. It could be, okay, it could be. Because at the bottom of the deck, there's another king. So this could be a masculine energy that's coming in. But I see something coming in, and again, I can't stress this enough, Gemini, it's not something you have to strive over or work on right now. It's not coming through as that. This is something that, yeah, again, drop everything that's not in balance. Take care of yourself and realign with what really matters to you, your conviction. And this will naturally just align with you because it's meant for you. Okay, the Ten of Coins in reverse is in your recent past. And then what's shifting soon is the Five of Wands in reverse. Something's being sorted out right now. You might feel like you're in the storm right now. And I feel like I'm hearing that song, I can see clearly now the rain is gone. I can see all obstacles that were in my way. Once the storm clears or the rain stops, you're going to be able to leap over any final, and you've already done this in the biggest way. There's already something you've bypassed that could have really set you back, okay? And again, you did this consciously and intentionally, which is awesome. Even though it hurt you a little bit, even though maybe it wasn't the easiest choice, it was correct. That could have been you removing some sort of prominent structure from your life that was maybe well established, whether that was a relationship, a job, moving, cutting yourself off from a community or friend group or your family in some sort of way. This was causing conflict and tension though, and it's like in the recent past you removed yourself from that. You let it burn, Usher style. You let it burn, Gemini. And in the near future, again, you're going to have this clarity. It's kind of coming through as this energy of like, I understand why everything had to happen, or I understand why I had to make that tough choice. I understand what that was teaching me, and I see the lesson, and I also see the karmic reward, or where it was all leading to. All the ways that something was worthwhile, I feel like, are going to be coming into your attention soon. like the lessons that you learned, as well as something else that you're gaining from something you had to clear out. What's this 10 of Coins in reverse in the recent past for Gemini? What is this? 5 of Cups in reverse. King of Cups. You were invested in something that was keeping you a little bit stuck. It was keeping you quite in your head and pulling you back into a cycle that you've already phased out of. So it was maybe putting you in your head, or making you kind of in this insecure energy, but it's like that's something you have already evolved beyond or grown out of, I feel like. That's why you were able to see where this would ultimately take you, or where it was leading in its current state, and you avoided it because you've already experienced this in the past. So you saw, you peeped, and you were like, something doesn't feel exactly right here. I'm gonna go down, I'm gonna divert my path here, follow my heart and what I know. And you are going to be rewarded for this, because you took a path of abundance. You chose the path of abundance versus something that would have rocked your world, not in the greatest way. It was bringing more conflict into your life, which was keeping you stuck. And what it was causing you to be at conflict over is something you've already sorted out within yourself. And you maybe had to learn this lesson the hard way already. So it's like you really don't need to do that again with someone different or a different situation. It's also, there's like quite a rapid bounce back from, like, you make this choice or you make this sacrifice, however you want to look at it, and then immediately I'm not seeing you stuck in this state of grief though over it, because again, you have this understanding from already having integrated that lesson, because you can see where it would have taken you and you made the conscious choice to take a different path, right? It's like, yes, maybe there was a level of disappointment still to that, but ultimately it's not something that's gonna like be life shattering to you. Maybe the first time you learned the lesson, it was more life shattering, but you experienced that pain, and pain was a teacher. It did its job, right? Because now you're not gonna do it again. You're not gonna do the same thing again. 5 of Wands in reverse. So you're weeding out these last threads of being kind of at conflict with yourself, or feeling some tension, maybe some conflicting or competing sort of energies or ideas were brought in by something you had been invested in. Tell me more about this 5 of Wands in reverse. 2 of Coins. So you do still have, you have a decision in the near future here. Wow. 2 of Cups, 2 of Coins, 2 of Wands is in your current energy. Wow. The Page and the Knight of Cups with the Queen of Coins in reverse are at the bottom of the deck of the Moon. Someone or something might be moving towards you, Gemini, like numerous opportunities. And I'm just going to give you a little bit of I'm going to give you some information that you can do with what you choose, okay? You're going to have a couple choices to make. One of them is going to be, I think, surrounding love or relationship, and one of them is going to be surrounding something practical, like maybe this opportunity that's going to be offered to you that could have to do more with work, finances, stability, home, something like that. You want to be clear when you're making these choices, because some of these choices are tests a little bit. You're going to need to use your discernment, and you should not, that should not scare you, because you already did that in this recent decision. And you made the right choice. You passed the test. You didn't repeat that cycle. So that's awesome. But the Page of Cups and the Knight of Cups in reverse, no bueno. We don't love it. This would be more situations that if you chose this over that opportunity, the Queen of Coins in reverse, I feel like you'd be sacrificing the abundance that is kind of being offered to you in the physical realm. And the thing is that this wouldn't even take you very far anyways, because these are energies that are very emotionally immature, or just way younger than you maybe, or just emotionally unavailable, or some of them are even flat out manipulative, toxic. But I feel there's a level of emotional unavailability and not knowing themselves that these romantic options that are coming in have to them. That's how you'll know them. So again, I think you're going to be aware that that would hold you back, right? Because you can kind of only go as far with them as they are willing to go with themselves. And because you're quite clearly making these choices in the vein of flowing towards things not being in your way, including yourself. I see you trying to just let things drop away and purge out that are not aligned with you, though. So I think that if some people come in and try to kind of engage with you or get closer to you, even if they're people from the past who maybe once were kryptonite to you or had a tender spot in your heart, even if they still do have a tender spot in your heart, I'm seeing you being grounded and like level-headed and focused enough and disciplined enough to make the choices, the practical choices that are going to take you where you want to be. You're in your lane. You're kicking ass. You're not taking names because you just on your own shit here. That's what I feel like, Gemini. I really like this though. Okay, that's what I see for you. Mwah. Sending you so much love, Gemmy Jams. I hope you're well, and we're going to move on now to Cancer. Hello, my sweet, angelic little crabby cakes. How are you doing, Cancer? I hope that you're doing incredibly well, my loves. Okay. Let me give this a good old shuffle for you. Let's see what Spirit wants to talk about or highlight for you about where you're at with your current situation, what's going down, what you need to know about to give you some extra insight and support and that sort of thing here. Does Cancer need to know? Luna's jumping around over here in case you hear anything. You're like, Lisa, I don't need to know anything. I'm the motherfucking high priestess. I be knowing. Hey, babe, my Pisces, Scorpio, sun in the 4th house ass totally understands. Totally get ya. Let's see. Maybe I can just validate your knowing. Is that okay? Can we meet on common ground with that? We agree on that. Let's see. 2 more cards. Look into that. get one more, or let's just get one more. So oracle card here. One oracle card. Tell me more about that high priestess, please. What's going on? Woo. Okay. All right, Cancer. See what's going on here. So, your present energy came out as the 10 of Pentacles. This particular 10 of Pentacles is very interesting because you cannot really tell whether it's in the upright or the reverse, no matter which way you look at it. Let's get some clarity on that. What's up with this 10 of Pentacles? So this is your overall circumstances or situation. Overall, the 10 of Pentacles, it talks about something that you've built over time, something that you built from the foundation up, started from the bottom, now we here, started from the bottom, now the whole crew fucking here. You know what I'm saying? So let's get some more on that, though, what that entails for you, because the 10 of Pentacles holds a lot within it. Spans a lot. The 3 of Swords. Okay. Get one more. Or 2 more, sure. The 4 and 5 of Swords. So we have the 3, 4, and 5 of Swords all in the upright with this 10 of Pentacles. Things have escalated, or things are escalating. That's what that's telling me. That natural progression of energy, and it feels like it's flowing quite rapidly. So this could be a situation that has to do with your family. With that 10 of Pentacles, 10 of Pentacles. With the 10 of Pentacles, Cancer, it could have to do with your family. It could have to do with work. It could have to do with a partner, like an intimate partner, a romantic relationship that had been established. Kids, whatever the case may be, something that falls under that, even your job, something like this. But within this construct of the 10 of Pentacles, it has not been all lollipops, rainbows, and unicorn farts. It's been, at least lately, it started with something that kind of caused some distress or pain. Specifically, it shifted the mind space of how someone was thinking about something and put it more in a painful or negative perspective. And I feel like there was like a respite or a little bit of peace of mind, or maybe this was just a rest period. But then when someone came back to it, or when you came back to it, fuckery was somewhat afoot here, is what I'm seeing with this 5 of Swords. The 5 of Swords it represents kind of confused communication or thought, most often not coming from a clear or truly like aligned place. And it can be like, consider, you have a fight with someone, you're both kind of, your emotions are heightened, you both say things you don't really mean, and you both walk away feeling like no one really won, or no one gained anything from that experience, that conversation. That's kind of the energy of the 5 of Swords. I like that the energy is moving fast, though, here, because the 6 of Swords is what will be coming next naturally, then that shows me. And that is where you have the clarity to expand your mind and move to calmer waters, or a place where things are not quite as agitated in your own thinking, and maybe in conversation between you and somebody else as well. But there's still a structure standing here. I'm seeing this as just being conflict within that structure. So it does feel like for a lot of you, this could have to do with either family or a romantic partner that you live with, or that you're like married to already, or just in an established connection with. Some of this is stemming from just burnout as well, to be completely honest with you. Yeah, exactly. The Nine of Pentacles and the Chariot. There you are. So this could either be you experiencing this burnout, or it could be you in your power and someone around you experiencing burnout, and they're sort of projecting or taking it out on you because you are in the vicinity, like you're under the roof of this Ten of Pentacles with this person, so to speak. You're catching some strays. So your energy is the High Priestess, like we already said, and it came out with this oracle card, Sylphs, which says peace, agent of change, impact, and importance. There's something that you are realizing intuitively. You are tapping into something here. You're able to see something that you were not able to see before. And I feel like you're kind of keeping it to yourself with that High Priestess. You might not be sharing this with everybody that is involved in the situation. And I do feel like there definitely are other people involved in the situation with you. For you, I don't feel like this is just you. So if it's not your message, don't take it, right? Only take it if it resonates. But this intuition, or whatever it is that you're coming to understand, it's going to give you more peace, more understanding, and it's going to have quite a big impact or influence on you creating this change. It's something that once you see it, you're like, okay, now I need to act on that. So it's not something small that's coming into your knowing here. It's something significant or important enough to create a change, an impact in the overall dynamic here. So what is this High Priestess? Why is Cancer's energy the High Priestess? The Ace of Pentacles, the Fool. Wow. I feel like what you're realizing is that you want more. You want more than whatever this situation is bringing you. And honestly, 3 of Swords, 4 of Swords, 5 of Swords, burnout vibes. I do not blame you, my friend. That's not saying that this thing that is you're currently invested in never saw good days or was never positive in your life. I'm sure it was at some point, but knowing the High Priestess, the Ace of Pentacles, the Fool, that you want a new opportunity and you are ready to like leap out into it. And why? It's because of what you're leaving behind. This is kind of like your house is destroyed and all your belongings in like some sort of natural disaster. And it's like, is it going to be as hard to move into a new house from that place, right? Or is it going to be harder to move from a house that is still like totally intact with a bunch of your things and memory, like good memories and everything in it? That's kind of how I'm seeing the metaphor of this. Is it harder to leave a relationship when everything is still going really well? But there's just like something that you have to do, that you have to separate for. And it's a hard choice to make, but you make it. Or when there is pain and manipulation and fuckery happening in a relationship, right? It's easier to understand what you need to do for your own peace of mind or which direction you need to head out in. And it's also easier to motivate yourself to take that leap, I feel like, when that's what you're experiencing. Yeah, exactly. The 4 of Pentacles in reverse. You're like, I'm ready to let go. And I think that maybe you were trying really hard to put things in, like put your energy into this because you were trying to do the right thing, what you considered to be the right thing, the just thing, to make this work. Maybe to like glaze over things to make it peaceful in a family unit, for instance. If you have kids with someone, maybe it's like stay together for the kids vibes. But I feel like in most cases that is a misguided sentiment. Speaking as someone who was old enough to remember what it was like in my home when my parents were together but did not want to be versus when they finally got divorced. More harm was done when they were together, just trying to do the right thing for the kids, you know? Trust me. Sometimes justice is not what it immediately seems. Sometimes justice is you finding balance, because that's when you can offer the best of yourself to the world around you and the people that you love truly, right? But I feel like you weren't able to really, there's something you weren't seeing, and because you weren't understanding something from a particular perspective, it was keeping you stuck, giving to this situation, feeling burnt out, tired, and like you weren't going anywhere. Now you're gaining this new information and understanding. You're seeing kind of what needs to be done here, what action needs to be taken. And I'm not here telling you, divorce your husband. Like, no, use your intuition and please do the High Priestess, your energy, what you know you need to do, okay? The Knight of Cups in reverse is the most prominent influence on you and the situation at this time. I feel like there is a lack of emotional availability and open heart in this situation right now. It's kind of like giving the vibes of people just showing up, but there's no real, it's like you're not truly relating to one another on a deeper level. You're kind of just showing up and doing what needs to be done in terms of obligation or responsibility. Tell me this Knight of Cups in reverse, please. The Lovers in reverse, the Three of Cups in reverse, the Two of Cups in reverse. Okay. Things are crumbling around you, and I think what you're realizing intuitively here is I can continue to give all my energy or efforts, or the best of me anyways, to this situation, and it's not going to make a difference. And I know that because I have been doing that, and it hasn't been making a difference because we're still here. We're still in this situation. And this to me is coming off as someone that you're dealing with that is very bitter. They have not let something go, and they seem to be refusing to let it go. They're choosing violence. They want to fight. They don't want to heal, and that's why it's not healing. They could be presenting themselves to you or even telling you that they do want to heal, but this is what's happening in their energy, and energy does not lie, right? So again, if it's not your reading, dismiss yourself gracefully. Thank you. But if it is your reading, this is done. It's over. And it's been over. It has been done. It's like a steak that is burned all the way through that you can't even stick a fork in. It is done and not digestible any longer. There's something very fundamental in the connection between you and someone that has eroded here. And it would take both of your will and your attention and strength and vulnerability to build it back. And that's why you can't build it back, because the other part of the equation doesn't want to bring that to the table. So I think you're understanding that you have to be the agent of change to bring peace into your life for yourself, even if that might have an impact on somebody else, on your family, on, I don't know, even if that's quite an important decision that you have to make, it's like you're still looking at it and saying, I know that I do need to make this though. Because in the recent past, you have the Sun in reverse. Yours feels heavy. It's like something has come sort of crashing down a little bit. You received some news that made you feel really insecure, or just communication has made you feel quite unstable because things are unstable and you don't really know what you can trust and what you can rely on. There could have been some hints of paranoia here based on either something that you found out or something that you're scared you might find out, or that you're scared that this is just going to continue to get worse. What's the Sun in reverse in the recent past? It's just the Ten of Swords in reverse. Whatever this was, it is what made you realize. It's what put you into the High Priestess energy. Because this already came up with the Fool and the Ace of Pentacles telling me this is why you're so ready, so clear, and you have that deep knowing within you that it's time to move forwards and that you deserve to move forwards. Because again, this wound can heal, but it might have to heal independently without the other person if the other person refuses to take the swords out, right? You can't keep on touching a wound and expect it to heal, and that's exactly what you do when you hold on to resentment. So whatever this person's doing, they're not bringing a helpful energy to the table. And I see you needing to kind of stand in your self-respect, self-esteem, and honor yourself and your energy, and just bring yourself bare minimum to a place where you're being honest about what you want for the future and whether that can come from this, and then not keeping yourself in a place of distress and conflict when you could move into a more peaceful energy. The Ten of Cups in reverse is in your shifting soon placement. So you have the Ten of Pentacles and the Ten of Cups here. Temperance in reverse. I think that you're deciding that you cannot put any more energy into building something because it is so imbalanced. It's so imbalanced and non-tempered. And again, it's not something that you can put back into balance because there's a wild card. There's another whole element of the equation, and we already talked about their energy, right? They don't want to solve the problem, or they want the problem to be solved their way, which is coming from a place of hurt. So it's probably not what is actually needed for the best for everybody, right? And maybe this isn't forever. Maybe it's just a choice you're making for now to not give any energy to this, because it's like the energy you're pouring into it is just creating more imbalance because of what the person is taking that energy and doing with it. They're just fueling their own anger and more negative feelings surrounding this. Why is this person doing this? Where's the main imbalance coming from with Temperance in reverse here? Can you tell me that? The Queen of Wands and the Six of Cups. In the past, someone was very confident, very sure of themselves. Maybe the overall connection had this sense about it. There was not really conflict or chaos between the two of you. But whatever was realized or found out in the recent past put you in this energy where you were questioning yourself. So it's almost coming through like whoever this is, they are holding on to resentment about the way things are because of their own shame or guilt surrounding something. Oh man, unfortunately, that's a pretty normal human thing to do. I've seen a lot of people do that. They're not admitting that they are ashamed or feel guilty or bad about the way that they've acted in this situation, though, but they are recognizing it. And what this is a projection of those bad feelings about how they have acted onto you. They don't want to look at this energy that they are in and the large amounts of damage that it has done to a unit bigger than them. So if the two of you have kids, it's like they just cannot process that the family falling apart, so to speak, or not being in a harmonious state has something very integrally to do with them. I'm not saying it's completely their fault, but there's something about themselves that they don't want to see. And the problem with them not being accountable with that is they cannot move forwards from the place that they're at then. So that's why they're kind of holding on to these more negative energies. And I don't think that they even want to. But it's like they can't let go of this imbalance because it is them blocking their own self-awareness and taking responsibility and accountability for something that they are ashamed about or guilty. It's almost like masochistic in a way. They know that they've done some damage and now they are in a very sabotaging kind of energy. Like they're like, oh, I fucked up, so might as well make it worse. Might as well just burn the whole thing to the ground. But I don't think that they have that much awareness or understanding of what they're doing and why, to be honest, at least not yet. And that's because they have no emotional insight into themselves. They're not really even connected emotionally. And so therefore, they're not able to see, feel, and process through their own emotions to come out the other side. So those emotions are still there, even though they are disconnected from their emotional body. That doesn't mean that they cease to have emotions. It just means that they don't know how to engage with or process or integrate them in. And that's what I feel like is causing the bulk of this frustration and issue, honestly. And this is not something that you could tell someone, really. They kind of have to really choose to see it for themselves. So, all right, Cancer, a little bit heavy. I'm sending you all of the love and extra kisses for you. I'm sorry that you're dealing with something heavy. I am. I understand this dynamic. My dad's a Cancer, and it tracks a little bit, if you know what I mean. I love you. I hope that you're doing okay outside of this mess. And check your other placements as well, okay? All right, Cancer. I'll talk to you again soon, but for now, we're going to move on to Leo. Hi, Leo. I hope you guys are doing well. So, I tapped into your energy and right away my energy got kind of scattered. You could be invested into like a lot of different things right now, or maybe you're invested in a lot of different people right now. There's a lot of give and take energetically. And when I was about to start your reading, I had this thought that I wanted to call you Gemini, and then I had to remind myself, no, I'm on Leo. So you might want to watch Gemini's reading, or maybe you are dealing with a Gemini or have that energy strongly in your chart as well. And there's almost a feeling of insecurity that was coming through when I was pre-shuffling. But again, it might be due more to like the fact I wanted to call you Gemini. Maybe there's something, Leo, about you feeling like you don't know what's yours and what is someone else's, or if something is a responsibility or a fault that lands on you, or whether it lands on someone else. There's something about being able to differentiate between what's yours and what is someone else's. Being too much in someone else's energy as well could be what's kind of scattering yours or making you feel a little bit like insecure as well, because it's like you're working with something that's not yours, so of course it feels a little weird. Okay, let's see what the cards have to say. You're the only group that's channeled a bunch through before the message started. Okay, I just want to take a second to just breathe and ground the energy a little. Okay. That feels better. You would also be dealing with a Cancer, maybe, potentially. They had the same, they're in the same energy as you, or they're having the same sort of experience as you, and it was in the same place, the same card, the same place. Okay. Eight of Wands. I'm gonna get you an oracle card, and then we'll get into this. There's also some Piscean energy here as well. Okay. Let's see what's going on here. Sorry, it took me a second to like that energy in. It felt like a lot, and when I tapped into your energy, it all kind of flooded in at once as well. So this could be tied to your current experience, but yeah, because I do see you being in this state of surrender. So maybe that's why you're in a state of surrender, because you just feel like it's a lot. All I can do is just flow with it. All I can do is just go with it, roll with it. And it's like you have this intuitive understanding, so I don't feel like you're really freaking out about it. It's a pretty calm energy. This is your current energy. It's like you realize that there's some sort of ripple effect, or everything impacts everything, is what you're kind of realizing. That something is coming down the chain or down a string, that you're connected to something even bigger. And so you know that everything that's happening, or everything that you're feeling right now, is part of something bigger, or has a purpose, is what this feels like. It's pretty deep energy, very spiritual energy. I feel like you're really trusting your intuition at this point in time. And it could feel like a lot of you is really being opened up at this point, though. A lot of inner knowing. The Tower in reverse. Okay, that's Plutonian energy. No, sorry, it's Mars energy. The Tower is Mars. Yeah, it's like you're not asserting yourself in that masculine way as much at this time. Maybe not as much in your fiery kind of nature. You're in more of a watery or even grounded space. The feminine elements, water and earth. Okay, the King of Swords in reverse is the present situation that they want to bring to your attention. King of Swords in reverse. It's interesting. It's like there's a lot you don't know. There's a lot you do know with the High Priestess being your energy, but with the King of Swords in reverse, there's also a lot you don't know. There could be a lot of practical details that you don't have yet. Like actual logical information, but then the information you do have is like emotional and intuitive in nature. You know what I mean? You're more in your feminine energy here. And that is for a purpose, for sure. And I feel you know this intuitively. So even though it might feel kind of uncomfortable or just like not your norm, you're still going with it. King of Swords in reverse. Do you want to talk to me about that anymore, or? Seven of Swords in reverse. Four of Wands in reverse. Well, whatever it is, it's going to come to the surface. The reason I was asking my guides if they wanted me to dig more into that is like, is that something that I'm supposed to tell you, or is that something that's supposed to reveal itself? And they're saying it will reveal itself. Like some things it's better for us to not be told by a random tarot person on the internet, like, you know, what's going to happen. Some things it's just better for us to be assured that this is going to be revealed to you in the perfect time and way. But even if you don't, I think you're going to have this sense of like, I saw that coming. Even if you didn't know exactly what someone was going to say or what was going to be revealed, you did feel something here was off, or something didn't feel joyful is coming through. Something didn't feel joyful. It wasn't sparking joy. It's like that Marie Kondo, The Art of Tidying Up or whatever. She wrote that book that was something along the lines of that. And basically one of her rules was like, when you're tidying, but I feel like you can apply this to life. If you touch something, does it spark joy? Does it have a purpose for being, for you having it? You know, does it at the very least bring you joy? There's something that when you touch it, you don't feel that it does, whether that's a connection with someone or a situation that you've been in. So I think in that sense, you could feel something was not completely right. And that's going to be revealed to you, what hasn't felt right that you couldn't quite pinpoint. The Ace of Wands is the most prominent influence on you right now. Well, the Ace of Wands would partially explain that huge energy surge that I got at the very beginning of your reading. Because the Ace of Wands is literally just a huge spark or influx of energy, information, attraction, inspiration, creation, life force energy. But it's like raw energy to work with. Could also be sexual energy. If it's being sent to you from somebody else or experienced by you with somebody else. Tell me about this Ace of Wands. That this is influencing you quite a bit. I feel it's more like you're being given the gift of like more power. Like I said, you're opening up. You're getting like well, I don't know if it's all access, but you're getting an all access, so to speak, pass here. I'm seeing this as like being a magic wand that they're actually handing you in the way that it's depicted in this particular deck. And you're in the energy of the High Priestess to receive it. I feel like the High Priestess or the Magician would know what to do when handed that wand. Something magical is going on here. Mysterious. I like it though. The Ten of Cups. Ooh, I think that it's leading you somewhere good though. And again, I feel like you can pick up on this intuitively. Otherwise, you wouldn't be following, you know, what you feel if you didn't feel it. or if you didn't feel that it was right. The Three of Pentacles is in the recent past. And then the Nine of Pentacles is what is shifting soon for you. Things are balancing out right now. You've been building something, not manifesting, but actually putting time, effort, and energy into something tangible. This could be a creative project. It could be a personal goal like your health. It could be a financial goal. It could even be your relationships. But it's something physical. It could even be like if you're growing a garden or doing something like that. You're going to see it grow in the near future. The Nine of Pentacles, it's like the power of 3. Something is being, because you're going from 3 to 9. And 6 in the middle is like the number of creation or manifestation, which I feel like is the energy you're kind of in now with this manifestation energy. So it's almost like, yeah, okay. It's like in the past you were putting in the practical work, time, effort, blood, sweat, tears, that sort of thing, to learn the lessons or to create, to actually create something physical. So you put in the groundwork, you put in the legwork, you have taken action, and now you're in this feminine, more feminine energy, whereas that's more masculine and assertive. Now you're in this feminine place where you're kind of getting into a receptive energy, and you're kind of sprinkling this magical Ace of Wands. You're being given an influx of pretty potent energy to direct however you want. So basically, I feel Spirit is saying right now is a really potent time to follow your intuition, to dream big, to practice magic, to manifest, or just at least keep on your mind what does spark joy for you, because more of that will be expanding in your life. Because what's shifting is this Nine of Pentacles, which is beautiful. It's you sitting pretty, having built something really powerful and secure around you that feels safe. Tell me more about this Nine of Pentacles. Three of Cups in reverse. I was just gonna say, don't neglect your feelings at this time either. Don't neglect your emotional body and your intimate relationships with other people. There's something about that that's it's healing for you right now, to be open to those things in a new way as well. The Magician and the Nine of Cups in reverse. There's also just a slight warning here, Leo, about not burning any bridges, because you're in a place of power right now to manifest. You're pretty chill. You're kind of sitting pretty, like I said, in this surrendered state. You're being given a gift, a blessing, and this energy. And I don't think that many of you will do this, but if you did it all, I feel like it would be probably unintentional, because you wouldn't realize you're doing it, because you're sort of flying high in this, or you're going to be anyways, in this really powerful energy. It's not like you have to, I'm not saying consider the feelings of others in the sense that if they're triggered by you doing well, you have to care about that. No. But it's more, tell me, how can I explain this, Spirit? I feel like it's more neglecting friendships because you're so focused on what is growing in your life and what you are manifesting. And it's kind of like once you start realizing your power and really getting the hang of how to work with it, just don't throw yourself off balance by not being tempered in all areas of your life, I guess is what I'm saying. Because a side effect of that would be potentially I don't know, falling out with some friends or finding that there's distance between you and important relationships in your life. And I feel like it's just not necessary. It would be, again, coming from more of like an imbalanced space where you get really excited about the amazing magical stuff that's coming in for you, which you should do, but to the degree that you kind of fall off in your life with everything else and get really, really focused on, you know, just creating and manifesting for yourself, because you'll be able to do that in more of an optimal fashion if you still have these, if you're still giving your time and energy to these connections around you that also enrich your life in response, right? Don't necessarily keep people around that are, there's another warning too. Yeah. So you have to be able to discern and differentiate between people who are going to want, they see you on the come up and they just want to kind of suck off of your success or leech off of your success. They kind of want a free ride. And I feel like that could kind of bring you down or make you bummed out if down the line you realize that's kind of what they were in it for. But there are certain people that you do want to be able to, or certain important connections that you want to continue investing in because they actually do mean something to you, and you just kind of, again, you just don't want to neglect them, right? Okay. Your message is coming out super clear, so I'm just gonna see if there's anything else, because I moved through it a little faster than some of the other signs. Let me just see if there's anything else separate from this message that Spirit wants to say. I told you, it's a time of magic. Definitely. Definitely a time of magic. Okay. Let me clear this message and then I'll just see if there's something. I feel like there might be something else that's small that wants to come through. Anything else for Leo? Okay, that was pain, but then it jumped back in. It didn't come out. Love, peace, and creativity with faith and fear in reverse at the bottom of the deck. Faith and fear. There's something about faith and fear just being a reflection of each other. Because they're all ultimately just a perspective. They're both ultimately just a perspective that you get to ultimately choose. And you can flip that and see it from the other side at any point. I feel like there are some things you've been telling yourself maybe for a while here. I can't have the kind of love that I want. I can't have the kind of peaceful existence or the most optimal dream life that I could think of, whatever that is for you. I can't exist in a state of creative flow, or have the creative freedoms that I want, maybe for some of you. These did come out in reverse originally, but I feel like it's about flipping and seeing the reflection of these things. One of the stories that you were telling yourself about this, Leo, was coming from a place of fear, and you can just as easily apply faith to this narrative in your mind. You can just as easily tell yourself that you can create peace and love in your life and whatever else you want ultimately. And I feel like this energy that you're being infused with right now is also going to help spark that more faithful attitude in you, because you can have whatever you want. And it's, yeah. It's not even magic. It's just your natural abundance. You don't actually have to do anything for it. I feel like the irony is that humans, we get in our own way of our own abundance, thinking that we have to do something outside of just exist and flow in our natural state of abundance to get there. We put ourselves in a lack based box, and from that place, abundance can't flow to us the way that it innately should. So I feel like there's something here clicking with you where you're not just shifting your perspective, but you're seeing the way that that impacts the world around you in a very physical sense, like blessings. You shift your perspective into something that's more faith based rather than fear or doubt based, or just pessimistic. And all of a sudden, things start flowing to you that you had kind of given up on expecting, or perceived like miracles start manifesting in your life. And they're coming in effortlessly. They're coming in when you're trying the least, is what it feels like. And now, of course, there's like a backstory to that, to where you are now. The point where you're at now, where you are at home and safe with yourself and you feel capable just by being, right? You're seeing more of your innate self. There's a whole bunch of work that went into getting to this place where you're existing in ease. So I'm not discounting that by saying, yeah, I'm not discounting that. But I do see you going into a really abundant period of your life where it's more about dropping anger and frustration and the blocks. It's more about seeing where you had created blocks between yourself and abundance, and then letting those kind of naturally fall away, while opening up more space to be kind of in a state of awe at how easy it can be and how supported you really are by the universe. Okay? Mwah. I love you, Leo. You beautiful bitches, you. I hope you're doing well, and we are moving on now to Virgo. Virgo. Beautiful Virgos. Okay. What wants to come through for Virgo surrounding the present circumstances, and what do you need to know? What does Spirit want to highlight at this time? Let's see. What's up with Virgo? I hope you guys are doing well. Happy late birthday. Belated. I hope you all had an amazing one. Okay. I will mention as well, this deck, I do not read reversals in it. Something about the imagery is so intuitive that I read the energy, strictly the energy off of the card, so I can just kind of tell if it is coming through as the upright or the reversed. But just so you know, when I'm reading the spread or showing you the cards, none of them will be in reverse, okay? It's the only deck I've ever owned that I do that, but yeah, it literally just has to do with the imagery of the cards. Okay. Let's see what's going on, babes. Okay, so your present situation came out as, if I could pick up this card, do not fight me. The Page of Cups. The current situation for you is the Page of Cups. And then the energy that you are in, this came out as the Page of Pentacles. And it came out with this card, No Place Like Home, which did come out in reverse. It's interesting because your energy is kind of looking over at this home situation. And on the table, this is how it's set up for me. So how I see it. And it's like this energy is looking over at you while you look the opposite direction as well. No place like home. So something about your energy feels a little bit displaced or thrown off. Maybe. What's this Page of Cups? It's this situation. You could be dating. This could be a situation that has to do with dating or has to do with something that is opening up your heart in almost like a creative or childlike inspired kind of way. What's this Page of Cups? This could also be someone coming towards you romantically, like I said, or dating, a new prospect. The Five of Pentacles. Okay. So there could be someone particular that is in your life that you're feeling disconnected from at this time. The Devil is at the bottom of the deck with the Lovers right behind that down. The Devil and the Lovers being together is very powerful because these two are mirrors of the same kind of energy. It's the same couple that is in both depicted, but in one they have an angel sort of blessing them in the Garden of Eden, and the other they are in chains with the devil behind them. So it's the same energy, just in different states, which is really all of the tarot cards because, well, not to get into like a physics lesson, but everything is energy that's constantly just changing its state, right? Or form. I digress. Five of Pentacles. This could be a love or something that you have loved that is now changing its form, because I feel like there has been love, but there's also lack or perceived lack with this Five of Pentacles right now. This to me is like somebody who is looking in from the outside at you though, and they are maybe feeling in a state of lack. They're still open to you in a very, in like a childlike way. It's very innocent. It's not naive, but it's like imaginative. It's open. It is warm, playful, and tender. Okay, let's see more about this No Place Like Home in reverse. What's this energy? The Sun, Lust, and the World. You're focused on another situation outside of this person that's looking towards you. And I knew that because you're looking at this No Place Like Home in reverse situation, right? We already talked about this. That person, the Page of Cups, is looking at you, but you're not really noticing them or not pointed mostly towards them at this time. You're focusing on another situation. Something's being illuminated to you about maybe a home situation or maybe another relationship. And I feel like specifically what you're realizing about that is that there is a lack of true depth to that connection, or to the state that connection is in currently, the one that you're in now. It could be that what's being illuminated is that it's mostly lust. It's mostly just a lustful situation that you're in, but there's nothing a lot deeper. So it's mostly focused on just sex, or centered around sex or physical intimacy. And then the world, there's something I feel like you want to close out, or you're focused on the ways that it is not satisfying you. And the thing about lust is that even if it's not about physical lust, like in a sexual sense, lust is more about desire. And the thing about desire is it only exists when your need is not being fulfilled, right? Satisfaction is the death of desire. So there's something here that maybe you're also coming to a conclusion about, that you are in some weird way, Virgo, more comfortable with being unfulfilled, but being in a state of desire. Maybe you find that seductive. Maybe you find that sexy. Maybe you find that tempting, or you are tempted by the challenge, or maybe you're tempted by your own low self-esteem and you don't actually believe you're worth getting something or having the true desire fulfilled. So you settle for the desire, the state of desire itself, and something that doesn't truly fulfill. I don't know. It's kind of deep. There's a cycle I feel like you're seeing, though, of kind of like disappointment, or just settling for something subpar when what you really want is more. It'd be like settling for a mistress when you want to put down a home, you want to build a home, or you want to have a family, or you want something more. I'm just using that example because of the no place like home card, but you understand what I mean, right? The greatest influence on your energy right now is the 5 of Swords. There's something that this is within your own head. You're at odds with yourself in your own mind, or you're fighting your own mind right now in some way. In what way is Virgo fighting their own mind? You might be trying to convince yourself or talk yourself out of something, one way or the other. Talk yourself into or out of something. The 3 of Wands, moving towards something. What do you want to actually move towards on your horizon? What do you want to see on your horizon, Virgo? What do you want to be moving in the direction of? It's like something about you is very back and forth when you're asking yourself these questions about what you actually do want for the future. So now that you're discovering that what you thought you wanted was really just this state of not being totally fulfilled, it's almost like now you have to question and ask yourself, or grapple with, what is my true desire then? And I don't think you've got that completely sorted out yet. This is the greatest or most prominent influence on you right now, though. You're asking yourself this. And I think it's because you want to change the trajectory of your energy. There's something here I feel like you want to stop committing to, a cycle you want to close out. But it's almost like there's a part of you that you are fighting with that is the devil, right? The devil and the Lovers are fighting within you. The devil is fear-based, doubt-based. It's like the devil The devil on your shoulder is going to try to convince you that the devil is better than what could potentially be in the unknown, right? It's like, maybe you're not totally fulfilled here, but maybe you wouldn't actually be there either. You better just stay here and not even try. It's like, you're losing then, though, because the worst that could happen is you go somewhere else and you're also not fulfilled there. But what's the best that could happen? You know what I mean? You could find this true fulfillment. So the devil is going to always try to convince you to keep him around, right? And it has quite a seductive narrative of its own. So just watch that, because I do see you being influenced by this. Specifically, your future plans are being influenced by this voice that's coming from a more shadowy part of you. But I feel like you have this third eye that is like wide open right now. And there's something you can't unsee that you are seeing, or something that's being brought to your attention. And you kind of know that you have to act or move on it. For some reason, you're feeling that. There's something more to that, though. Why is there so much like anxiety about making plans or looking towards the future or setting off in another direction? Why is that? The Ace of Cups. Okay. So specifically, it's a fear surrounding love. Yeah. An indecisiveness, the Two of Swords, surrounding love, the Ace of Cups. So it's not about your future or goals or desires in general. It's about something that you are aware that you desire, and it stresses you out that you desire it, or it stresses you out to the degree that you desire it, and that is love. You do want a love that feels like home. You want a love that feels safe. You want a love maybe with this no place like home that feels unlike something you've ever really had or seen before, which is maybe also contributing to that voice that's saying, you can't actually have that. That doesn't actually exist. It's just going to let you down in a new way. So you might as well stick with being let down the old way, you know, and not gain any new scars. But the thing is, the old way is still hurting you. It's like an open, festering wound, right? It's not like a healed scar. So the potential for healing is massive, especially healing your heart. That's kind of at the center of this whole thing. But yeah, you are going to kind of have to push past that part of your mind, or that part of yourself, your ego. Really, it wants to protect you. It wants to keep you small. Okay, the energy in the recent past for you is the Page of Wands. You have 3 pages here. The only one you don't have is the Page of Swords. So there's something that still needs to be learned or communicated here. But the Page of Wands in your recent past, this could be that you got some good news, or something happened that infused your hope surrounding a particular circumstance. This could be anything. This could be like someone that you have a crush on, or well, I don't know. It could be anything, really. It could be like you heard that someone that you had a crush on that was dating someone else broke up with their boyfriend or something. And you're like, I have a chance, you know? But meanwhile, you're in sort of like this relationship or situationship maybe that is just about something very superficial or just about sex. And now there's this is all just like a hypothetical sort of example, right? Now you have these choices because this option is available to you, or because it's making you at the very least realize that you have a passion and a desire that is not being met or fulfilled, and you want it to be. So accepting that, or drawing attention to that fact, is what is creating some conflict within your own mind. Okay. It's like you want something deeper, but you're also afraid of something deeper as well, which I totally understand. So what's this Page of Wands here in the recent past? I think that's really normal, you know? It seems backwards, but I feel like a lot of things with the ways that humans function and think is kind of backwards. Takes us a second to figure shit out, you know? But that's like with anything evolving, it usually just takes time. The High Priestess. Something you felt very intuitively pulled to in the past. Temperance. You felt that this thing was very much for you. Temperance and the Star. Wow. It could have even felt really healing, almost like angelic in its vibration. Very, very high vibrational. There's something you tapped into very intuitively in the past that has been reinfused with hope in the present. So it's like you were validated. Your intuition from the past was validated almost by this new chance opening up, or something from the past being transformed, or you're seeing that there is a chance for it to be transformed. So the Wheel of Fortune is what's shifting soon for you. What about this? What's shifting here with the Wheel of Fortune in the near future? I feel like this is some sort of destined event. Yeah, the moon that you don't see coming, maybe. Or it could be a destined event that is going to require you to kind of face and tackle your fears, or just act courageously, essentially. Tell me more about this Wheel of Fortune. It's the Knight of Wands, and the Lovers is here at the bottom of the deck again. The Knight of Wands and the Lovers. There's something that you almost, yeah, you have to do your battle cry and move forwards using your third eye, your inner knowing. The High Priestess and that third eye just keeps on popping up, the imagery about it. It's like you can trust it. Look at how... It's my Rottweiler barking at someone outside, probably. Don't worry about it. But look at how pronounced that imagery is. There's something you know intuitively and you can trust it, and it has to do with your heart. It has to do with love. It might have to do with the specific connection that you want to move in the direction of. But ultimately you have free will and you have a choice. You have a choice to repeat the past or to stay in a cycle that you've been in, or you have the choice to push your energy in another direction despite feelings of maybe tension or even conflict within yourself. Guess what? When we create change inside of ourselves, we create conflict inside of ourselves. Conflict isn't always bad, right? It's like, how do you approach conflict? That's, again, it's your perception of the thing that makes it what it is. Truly. Because everything in life has a dualistic nature, that you could see any single thing in life as good or bad. People can justify any perspective, really, and do it every day. And that becomes their reality. So there's something here. And it's very possible for you to create this reality. A new chance is kind of opening up for you to do so. The main challenge, conflict, or battle, if you will, is within you, between you and the devil, on your shoulder here, or the devil you know. That's what you're really overcoming to move forwards, Virgo. Is there any other advice Virgo needs at this time? I like this. I feel like you're going to learn a lot about yourself through the process here of turning this wheel. The Ten of Swords. And the King of Swords. Virgo, okay. You already know this, but you have a very strong mind. You are ruled by Mercury, right? The thing that's interesting about you being ruled by Mercury versus Gemini is an air sign and you are an earth sign. So air, the element of air, is more commonly attributed to mercurial energy, which is about communication, expression, ideas, learning, all of these types of things. I feel like sometimes the energy of Mercury can be rougher for you to work through or to work with than Gemini, despite you both having that same rulership. Specifically, I feel like you can misuse that power or use it against yourself, or you're more likely to than Gemini, or just in a different way. You seem to use it against yourself in that you hurt yourself with it, whereas Gemini just like overwhelms or confuses themselves with it more. So your way seems more of a sabotaging thing and a painful thing that you do to yourself. And the thing is, you have dominion over this element. This is the King of Swords. You have dominion over the swords. It's you throwing them at yourself. It's you stabbing them in your own back sometimes. And the way that you most effectively do that is by convincing yourself that because something has been a certain way, that's how it has to be, or that you can't change, or that things can't change, or that a certain perspective that you would like to have hope and faith surrounding is stupid or naive. And so you're just going to take the jaded approach instead. Blah, blah, blah. However, you are weaponizing your intelligence against yourself. Stop. Okay? I love you. Don't do that. Okay? I'm going to leave it there. Good talk. I feel like we had a good talk, Virgo. I have a Virgo South node, so I feel the pain of the shadow side of Virgo frequently. And yeah, anyways, I love you so very much. I hope that you're doing well. Check your other placements if you feel called to do so. And we're moving on to Libra. Hi, Libra. How are you doing, my loves? My loves, how are you doing? Okay, let's get your cards down. Let's see what Spirit wants to highlight in the present circumstances and the energetic influences around you. What's shifting? What's shaking? What's going on for my Libran? My beautiful Libran babes, what's happening for them, Spirit? What's going on right now for them that they need to be aware of? Okay. That was just an oracle card to get the overall vibe. So I'm just going to grab your tarot cards here. My neck and shoulders feel super tense all of a sudden. You might want to just relax, Libra. Just relax. I hate when people tell me to relax, so it's like, if I could, then I would be. Hold on. Let's get 5 cards for Libra. Can you relate? You know? It's like when a man tells you to calm down and you're like, I'm about to commit homicide. Let's see. One more card. Okay. What's going on for you? Let's see. Okay, darlings. So the current circumstances that Spirit wants to talk about is the Hermit. You could be spending some time on your own right now. You could be doing some solo dolo vibing, inner reflection, exploration kind of thing. And that could be due to the fact that you are currently experiencing this right now. So this is your energy. It's the Five of Pentacles and chaos. So the bigger picture of that, what is currently happening, is that this could kind of be happening to drive you into yourself because there's something that you need to see or experience on your own personal journey of lived experience, the human condition, and the innately spiritual nature of that journey. But there's something that's going on right now that's shifting that feels a little bit uncomfortable. And I heard balance, forget about it. Because look at this picture. She's got like 3 faces and they're all pointed in a different direction. It's kind of like, what is life? What is happening? And the Five of Pentacles, it's interesting though. Normally this card has to do with lack or scarcity, feeling separated from something. And I do feel like it's feeling separated from something. But in this card, it's more like being removed completely from one experience and put somewhere else, but not necessarily a bad place, not necessarily a place of lack, just somewhere different. Okay, tell me more about the Hermit. Tell me more about this Hermit energy. This is Virgo energy. The Four of Pentacles in reverse. You're letting go of something. There's something that needs releasing. The Nine of Pentacles. Something needs to be released in order for you to speed up the Eight of Wands, the process of you gaining something. Gaining some sort of abundance. And I feel like it is physical abundance with that Nine of Pentacles. It's like either better health, more peace of mind, could be involved in that. Finances, a new job, a new relationship, something that is abundant in the physical 3D realm. It's like you need to let go of something so that you can grab onto something else that wants to come in for you. And that thing is more abundant. The Nine of Pentacles is more than the Four of Pentacles, right? So while you might feel like right now you're holding on to a lot with those Four of Pentacles, what you're not realizing is that there's more that's trying to come through to you. I'm almost getting from this chaos and Five of Pentacles, though, like, this is something that's coming through is quite severe. Like, well, Dorothy, we ain't in Kansas anymore, you know? Like, your house was picked up by the tornado and moved into a completely different place. And that's obviously, it's an analogy. You could have been picked up, hypothetically speaking, and moved, and, or I mean, like, not hypothetically, but as an example, your perspective, you could feel like was just picked up and shifted into a completely new place. So weird. I had trouble talking for a second there. What's going on with this energy? Tell me more about the Five of Pentacles and chaos for Libra. You might feel like not put together in the ways that you normally do right now, which wouldn't be surprising to me because, again, it's like amidst this chaos, amidst a totally new landscape that you're not used to, and without that balance that you normally feel like you have, there's something that is throwing you off balance very much, but it's happening on purpose. To point you towards something greater. The Ten of Wands and the Two of Swords, exactly. Something heavier is giving you an opportunity to make a choice to move in a different direction. This is the energy of Moon in Libra. And it's interesting because here there's an eclipse on this Ten of Wands card. And we did just have an eclipse in your sign, or we had a series of eclipses in your sign. You and Aries, that is just that eclipse season or cycle is just coming to an end now, basically. The most prominent influence on your energy at this time is the King of Swords. What's the King of Swords? This feels like you. It feels like you have leveled up. Yeah. You got like a fresh energy infusion, and with that came truth. So it's like if new energy was introduced or flushed into you, that would bring with it new perspectives, right? Because you're having a new internal experience. It's going to change the way that you are perceiving and seeing the world. I feel like you've stepped more into your power, which is why this chaotic energy is not coming through as really throwing you off, even though I feel like normally it would. Normally you'd be freaking out at the lack of, like, again, balance. But here you're just perceiving it like, oh, I'm somewhere new. I'm in a different location now. You're not seeing it really as being good or bad, right or wrong, greater or less than. You're above the duality. And above duality, when we extend our consciousness beyond that, right, then that's where a lot of true wisdom lies. Like, humans get really hung up on the dualistic, the poles of duality for different things, right? What is shadow and what is light? And do we have more light than shadow? And what is right and what is wrong? And it's like, ultimately, everything has two sides to it, because that's the nature of all things and what keeps existence itself in balance, right? The way that this existence is structured anyways. And all duality is really still part of the same whole. Everything is God. Everything is still source. So whether it's black or white, right or wrong, light or shadow, it is either ultimately truth and love or the lack of truth and love, which is still a reflection of truth and love. Do you know what I'm saying? So you're seeing beyond the duality. You're laughing at notions of right and wrong, of good and bad. There just is. And then there is what you choose to do with what is, right? If this is your reading, then I know you understand what I'm saying, because this is what your energy is telling me. So if you're like, what the fuck is this bitch on about, then it's cool. It does make sense to those who are meant to hear it. It's just not for you, okay? My gosh. Tell me more about this King of Swords. The Six of Pentacles. Yeah, it is ultimately what you make it, is what I'm getting from this. What you give to with the Six of Pentacles is what will give back to you. I'm hearing that song by, is it by New Radicals? It's like, you only get what you give. Don't give up, you got the music in you. I think you're realizing you have more power than you've ever understood yourself to have now that you're seeing things from this transcended place. The thing that scares humans most, I think, about what I said and why some people will avoid that truth at all costs, the truth that everything is just is, everything that is just is, and ultimately your reality will become what you create out of that raw material, right? It's because you have to be responsible, you have to be empowered, you have to be sovereign, and you have to be accountable for yourself once you realize that truth. And most of the world does not want to fuck with that, you know? And I get it. That's fine. Just don't tell me it's fucking nonsense just because you don't want to do the work, biatch. You know what I'm saying? But I feel like you guys are at this point. The Star in reverse. What is that? What's the Star in reverse? The Ace of Pentacles. This ultimately, this unhealed place within us, though, it does need to, that's also part of a polarity that needs to exist, because it creates, it keeps opportunity open to us, right? You have the choice to learn and then to do better with what you have gained in terms of knowledge, or to change your mind about something. Again, it's not doing better or worse necessarily. It's just you have the opportunity to create something new. Right? Luna, my cat, is scratching on something outside of the door. I do not know what it is. But if she starts again, I'm going to yell at her to stop. So just stop. Luna. No. Okay, in the recent past for you is Justice. So this is your energy. Your major arcana card. I feel like you were reborn here. I feel like you were remade. This is so interesting because this is a set, or Isis. This is goddess Isis, and she is like a reflection of herself here. And not only is she reflecting across at herself the dualistic nature, but there's two frames of this happening. So I feel like this is you. You've always been in this. You've always been this dualistic nature, and you always will be, whether you want to admit it or not, right? That's just the way of life, like we talked about. And then there's two different frames, though. You always have a choice within this where you want to land. And part of that is whether you want to create justice for yourself or whether you want to learn through, we do this either way, but learning through trial and error, through exploring, through making mistakes, through, you know, you find the best way to do things for yourself through exploring. And that does have to be done because there's no one size fits all. Everyone's experience will be and should be different slightly because we are different. And the human experience is kind of that thread that runs through, the common thread that runs through everything, right? But how we become empowered and justified in our own reality is completely up to us. I think this is something that you realized and started to put into motion in the recent past here. This is a very powerful way of thinking. It is an incredibly liberating way of thinking, Libra. It's awesome. It's kind of hard to explain, so I hope that I'm making sense. The High Priestess. You're like, I get it. Thanks. You're like, I understand. I know what you're saying. I peep that with my third eye. Okay, cool. You're in the eye of the storm right now. And it's interesting because there's a little bit of everything mixed in with that heightened perspective. It's like, because you are looking down on it all and you're learning how to pull yourself back and see, like I said, outside of the, oh, that's pain and that's pleasure. Oh, that's good, that's bad, that's whatever, right? Right and wrong, dark and light. As you kind of acclimate to this other perspective or vantage point, you're seeing the pain and you're seeing all the whole spectrum of things, but you're seeing it from not an anxious perspective. Because you're recognizing it for what it is outside of that, outside of being sucked up and consumed by the experience and feeling itself, right? Which is a very human thing. This is powerful. The Page of Wands in reverse is what is shifting soon for you. So let's see what that is all about. What's the Page of Wands in reverse? Okay. The Five of Wands, the Seven of Swords, and the Knight of Cups. What? But why? Let me investigate from the bottom of the deck here. Okay. Wow, this is quite interesting, Libra. Okay, I understand. I have some dry skin right there. Sorry, it's bothering me. I was like, what is that? Okay. How do I explain this? There's a whole storyline coming through. So again, if this isn't your message, it's not your message, but I kicked the table. Okay. There's been a reason for this whole timeline of events. There's been a reason for the chronology, like the chronological order, the timing of it. There's a reason why in the recent past you became enlightened to the way to be above this like more superficial judgment, right? Transcended outside of that to see that everything just is, everything is source, everything is connected, right? Everything is part of the whole. There's a reason why in the present you are learning how to exist within chaos and wrap your head around the, like a whole new way of translating reality or writing your own reality, because we are the architects of our own destiny, of our own path, right? Again, it's like how you choose to perceive something is going to be how it will be, because you will find a way to justify it and you will make that your reality. This has all been leading up to a lot of different things, but there's an event that's happening here in the near future. It's shifting soon for you, and this is part of it. Someone is going to come in, and for most of you, it's someone from the past, someone you already know, or someone that kind of reminds you of someone that you have known in the past. And it might trigger you slightly if you get knocked out of your current way of seeing things. if you get knocked back into like a fearful place of needing to be defensive and judge whether something is good or bad, then I think you're going to label this thing as something you can't trust, something that is deceptive or will betray you or cause a bunch of conflict in your life. You're not going to see the potential in something. And for some reason, it's important that you do. Because this judgment would actually be incorrect. Because what's coming in is the Knight of Cups in the upright. You know, which is not these energies. If the person coming through was in the energies that I could see you potentially suspecting them of, they would be coming through in the Knight of Cups in reverse energy or some other archetype of fuckery. So this is why this is important, that you're learning the lessons, that you have learned the lessons that you've been learning, and that you continue to keep them at the forefront of your mind, because something's coming through that could be successful for you. But there's also the potential that you might choose to not invest in it. And what I feel like this is, Libra, for a lot of you, there's been a transformation happening, judgment, and the Hanged Man. There's the Hanged Man, that's you. Going through this whole massive, like the Hanged Man is about seeing the bigger picture, the transcendent, zoomed out picture. So that's what you've been going through. Someone connected to you has been going through this Plutonian energy of judgment, which is like a complete and total rebirth. They are not the same person that they were, just like you are very much not the same person you were now that you have this new way of thinking. They have also been changed on a fundamental level. And all of this deep transformation for both of you has gone on under the moon. So neither of you have witnessed the change that has happened in the other. It's happened independently, and you've mostly been unaware of this unless you picked up on some inkling of it happening intuitively, is what I'm getting from this. Someone else has also up-leveled. But the thing is, the person that they were in the past was less than stellar. It was less than stellar. This could have been someone that was in their ego. They thought they knew everything. They hurt you. They acted irrationally. They may have ghosted you. But now they're in an intimate space of vulnerability, and it's chosen to some degree. They are taking their guards down, and they don't want to play games. They want to push forwards with something and turn the wheel in a different way. And they're willing to make the sacrifices to avoid something being heavy and toxic the ways that it used to be. Okay, so this person that's coming in is serious about this, and there could still be a chance for something quite, I want to say pretty important to happen between the two of you. If you still have like an ongoing kind of contract with this person, karmically, I'm feeling like there's something that hasn't closed out, and there can be a more optimistic way that it closes out. There can be like more of a happy ending, so to speak, with this person. But it would require you to trust what you know now. Even when this person comes back in, that could trigger you to get pushed back into the headspace you were in when you dealt with them before. That's what this is coming through as, okay? So you're going to have the choice whether you stay in this more empowered perspective and maybe choose to, I think you'll see the truth of where this person is coming from, and that they have shifted and evolved in a massive way like you have. If you're looking at them from that zoomed out place, it's only going to be a problem if you get sucked in to triggers or past woundedness or trauma that this person may have been a part of. And I just want to clarify before I let you go. I'm absolutely not telling you to get back together with someone who is abusive, someone who's narky, someone who abuses you or does harm to you in any way. mentally, emotionally, physically, or spiritually, no, that's not who we're talking about, and will never be something that I tell you to move towards, okay? Or something that spirit tells you to move towards, because they care about you, and so do I. All right? But I am seeing you're going to have a choice here to expand on something that you were disappointed with the way that it ended, to say the least, in the past. Something's coming back around. And it is a way for you to potentially put into practice, more so, hands-on practice, this new perspective that you have formed. So I think you're kind of being advised to like play around with this in the landscape of this new reality that you find yourself in now. Okay? Love you, love you. We're moving on now to Scorpio. Scorpios. Scorpios. My favorite hoes. How are you doing? You're like, 9 of Pentacles. I'm just chilling. Okay. Let's see what Spirit wants to highlight about your current situation. You just chilling. Chilling like a villain. I'm in a mood. Don't ask. I don't know. Gemini moon things. Okay, what's going on with Scorpio? Okay. Why are your cards being weird? They want to be secretive. They're saying to get them all down before turning any of them over. Because they all fell face down. Well, 3 of the 5 just fell face down on the table. So you're being your mysterious self here. Okay, the 10 of Wands in the upright, and yeah, just fell face up in the middle of all the cards. That's the greatest influence on you at this time. The 10 of Wands. I'm channeling a lot right now, Scorpio, but I just thought of one of the last times I was in LA, there's some street art that I saw. If I remember to, I'll put a picture of it up here because I think I took a picture of it. I did. And it said some sort of thing. It was in Venice Beach, and it said something like, and you, what would you do for love? Or something like that. It was on the side of this wall. This big piece. The reason I say that that's coming to mind is because this particular 10 of Wands, there's this heart on the wall behind her. And she's walking in the direction of it. And it's like, although she might be carrying a lot, she doesn't look like she's struggling as much as some of the other depictions of the 10 of Wands come through. She looks like she still has some sort of strategy or structure to how she's carrying this weight. And she knows that she's moving in a direction that is worth it. So I like the depiction in this deck. And that being the greatest influence on you at this time. And it's extra prominent right now because it's the one card of the 5 that flew out and landed very decisively upright. So something about that is important. Okay, yeah. I'm going to just further clarify that a little bit more right now. And just, I feel like this is where we're supposed to start with the reading since that happened. So let's just move intuitively, shall we? less structure, more flow. Yeah, that Pisces eclipse was conjunct my North Node in Pisces. So, less structure, more flow. Tell me more about this. 10 of Wands. You're walking in the direction of love. 7 of Pentacles in reverse. It's interesting because walking in the direction of love for you actually means, oh, this is so scorpionic, Jesus Christ. That's why it feels heavy. Fixed water things. Okay. So this is the thing here, Scorp. I'm going to move my coffee out of the way so that I have more room. The thing that feels heaviest for us as Scorpios is emotional release sometimes, right? Especially, or at the top of the list, I feel like, is letting go of something we still have some sort of intimate connection to, deep passion for, or love for, or commitment to. It could just be something we've been committed to for a long time, even if those things are ultimately gone. But disconnecting emotionally is very difficult for Scorpio energy, the most difficult as fixed water. It feels heavy, and there's something here. I feel like it is relationship, a specific relationship, or maybe a type of relationship that you were engaging in. There's a really heavy influence to cut those out so that you can move forwards in a more empowered way towards what you really do want. But it's almost like you have to get on the chariot and drive through a disappointment first. So this influence is coming through and really wanted to be noted first and foremost, because it's a reminder as you move through something or a few things maybe that feel like challenges, that feel like tests, that feel heavy, and you're like, hello, I know my heart's in the right place. I know I'm just trying to love and be loved. Like, that's all I want right now. Why am I being punished? You're not. You're moving in the right direction. You're closing out a couple things along the way. It's like a road trip, but there's a few pit stops. You're going to get to that destination though, so don't be discouraged. Okay, what's the present energy? Let's move on to the rest of the spread. It's the Emperor. You're being called into your power. But this is also coming through as someone equal to you in stature and like energetic weight. You would both be in the heavyweight category in terms of like what you're capable of taking on, feeling, giving. This is someone who's just as much of a badass as you, and those are far and few between, as we know from unfortunate past experiences, right? Not everyone is in their Emperor energy. And even we are not always, not all the time. But this person is more or less, they are at your level, but this is also you. You're moving towards or coming into contact with this other Emperor person, if that's part of your personal story, because you also have done the work or are doing the work still. To take accountability, to move through difficult energies, to take on the challenges and tasks and tests that are in front of you. 7 of Cups, even when you don't understand what their purpose is and they might kind of emotionally confuse you, you still move through them. The 8 of Wands, because intuitively you know you're walking towards heart. You're walking towards love. You're on the path of love. You're following your heart. It's very intuitive. It's very Scorpio. And you have this secret desire that's pulling you from the inside. So you know you're being pulled to something, because what's on the other side creating that tension, right? What is creating that pull? You know something is there. It's this love that you're being magnetized to. It's what keeps you going, Scorpio, when that jaded part of you wants to just give up and be like, this shit probably doesn't even exist and I'm an idiot for believing it still. It's like, no. It's there for you. It's just so beautiful that you needed to really be on your shit and in your power before you were even ready to come into contact with it and really hold it and honor it, right? Like you had a past as well. Every saint has a past and every sinner has a future, right? Both you and this person have had heaviness in your pasts, but you have been victorious or successful over it. And this is about to be recognized. Okay? The energy that you are in is the devil. Okay. So we got Aries and Capricorn. Damn. A lot of cardinal, heavyweight, all right. Let's see. Tell me about the devil here. I'm going to pull your oracle card now before I say anything else. No. Okay, fine. I was going to put them back because there's so many, and they were like, no. My guides. All right. Restlessness. There's something you don't see. And it's interesting because this particular devil card, you're mostly on your shit. You're in this Capricornian energy where you're taking care of business, right? The devil sometimes is just that energy of being in the physical 3D realm with your focus there so that you can take care of business, which is part of the human experience, right? That has to be balanced with the spiritual element, which is why Capricorn is the sea goat. They are like the spiritual and emotional realm balanced with the earthly realm. And they do it optimally, or they are the masters of it. The darker side of the devil can be when we get sucked into that one part that's either like just consumes or is consumed by the 3D realm. And that can also be the lower vibrational parts of us, the more dense elements of us, or our shadow or our subconscious, things that pull the strings behind the scenes that we are not aware of, like conditioning that can weigh us down and hold us back. There's something I feel like that is contributing to this sense of heaviness, this energetic weight that you're going through. Part of it is just an experience that you're pushing through, like a season that you're in right now that's teaching you a lot. But part of it is this thing that is affecting you from within that you're not aware of. And I feel like it's making you kind of restless. Yeah, because you can't see it, or because you can't see the vision. Again, it's like, something's on the other end of this thing that's pulling you from the core of you. But sometimes I think you get restless and fall into your shadow because you don't know what it is that's pulling you. And it can be easy for you, instead of having empathy and faith and flowing, it can be easier for you to be jaded or to be paranoid or get sucked into the flip side of that, which is assuming the worst, maybe. There's something that you decided. You're like, I'm moving towards my ultimate fulfillment. I'm not going to submit. Something you don't want to submit to. And you've made up your mind that you're going to endure whatever it takes to walk this path. that's leading you towards what inspires you. But I think you've also sort of decided that it's going to be hard for some reason. It's coming through that it's like you can have it all, but there's something that's going to be hard that you're associating with that. But this is coming from the energy of the devil within you. So tell me more about that devil energy. Because it's not all bad. Like I said before, it's coming through as kind of a mixed bag of that energy where you're like walking the line with it a little bit. What's the devil? The Seven of Pentacles. You're very invested in whatever this is that you're moving towards right now, even if it's just your highest expression of self. You are striving or working actively towards something right now, and you are really putting your back into it, Scorp. And even if this is just like, even if this is inner work or shadow work that you're doing on yourself, emotional healing, spiritual expansion, like this doesn't have to be something that you're struggling with in the 3D, like an actual physical challenge. It could be a lesson that you're learning or something you're being challenged with in terms of, can you shift your perspective? Can you integrate more of the ego? Can you take accountability in some new way? All of being in the empowered sovereign energy of the Emperor, it also has to do with that, right? All of that is included under that umbrella of the Emperor. So this makes sense that you would be expanding and being challenged and, you know, coming into dominion over those elements of yourself as well as the physical. But I think it's something that you're being asked to come into dominion over emotionally right now that you're not seeing. There's a little fly that was just crawling on the table and then flew across. I don't know if the camera picked it up. It was really tiny. You are invested in this. I don't think it needs to be as hard as it is though, but it's because you're neglecting to see something here. Something that's still impacting you from under the surface. And it's kind of keeping you emotionally stuck. And because you're emotionally stuck, you're not releasing something that is maybe also keeping you physically kind of stagnant. Like perhaps a habit, maybe a darker or like a more toxic, shadowy habit, a masochistic habit, dare I say. You know that you like it as a Scorpio. You like a little pain mixed in with your pleasure. Don't lie to me. But there's something that's not helping you right now. And it's not even, you just need to bring awareness to it. It's just something that's not helping you because you're not seeing it. And the thing is, you feel restless and a little agitated because you know you're not seeing something. I want to say you're walking the line of like empowerment over your ego and your shadow in some way, and over your physical reality. And then the other side of that, it would be like being self-destructive, being masochistic, being sabotaging something, essentially sabotaging yourself. What happened in the recent past? The Knight of Cups in reverse. All right. My foot is asleep. The Knight of Cups in reverse. Is this Scorpio, this Knight of Cups in reverse? No. Knight of Swords in reverse. Someone that is full of a lot of shit, honestly, in your recent past here. This could be two different people even, but I'm feeling like it's, yeah, I feel like it is two different people, actually. Two people that you actually weren't supposed to ever end up with, but you let your defenses down to them. You thought that you saw very clearly how you felt about them and how they felt about you, but it didn't end up being what you thought it was or what you wanted in either case. One person could have been more logical or masculine, and one person could have been more, not that logical and masculine go together, like, I just meant the energy of the masculine is air and fire, whereas it's cups and earth for the feminine elements. You had some choices to make in the recent past that felt kind of heavy, and you still might be slightly on the fence about them. That could be part of what is weighing you down as you walk, because you're walking away from, this is how it is on the table for me. You are walking away from these disappointing sort of situations. One person kind of fucked with your head and played games, and the other fucked with your heart a little bit more. And with that person, with the heart person, the person you were more emotionally invested in, this Knight of Cups in reverse, you could have also been more physical or sexually invested with them as well, because I just heard those Doja Cat lyrics where she's like, play with my pussy, don't play with my emotions. I heard that when I was talking, when I said someone played more with your heart. But you had some choices to make, and I feel like you did choose to kind of open up a little bit to two options. These do feel like romantic or friend options, just people you kind of let closer than you normally do. You thought you saw the truth, but something was still hidden from you. Something about why you are manifesting these types of experiences or people. I think it has to do with your perspective being that something has to be hard. You could have this idea that romantic encounters have to be arduous, or there's always something that you need to uncover, like unmask, you know? That would be scorpionic, to be like, this is the thing too, when we become more aware of our own shadow, right? Then we know that other people's also exists as well. And if we are still grappling with accepting and honoring and integrating our shadow, then we can also cast judgment on other people for theirs, or be paranoid about other people's and how they might affect us. Because really that is just us projecting our own judgment of ourself and our own shadow that we haven't integrated, right? There's something here, I feel like, okay, I'm hearing a lot of music all of a sudden. This is a song called Hard to Love by LIBRA. It's a country song. This is a toxic trait that you invest in. It's a process, a thought process, I think, a narrative that you have, something you've been telling yourself for a long time. That you are hard to love. And then you project that belief, because you have that belief about yourself, as within, so without. You are experiencing relationships with people that are hard, they're difficult, they feel heavy, or they feel like tests or challenges or fuckery of some sort. It's because the root of that is within you, and that is why you're manifesting those things. Wow. What's shifting in the near future for you? The Ace of Cups in reverse. What's this? It's the Ace of Cups in reverse. The Queen of Swords. King of Pentacles in reverse. you're going to have a choice to make in the near future here too. There's an opportunity coming in. And you need to be able to see very clearly and discern. This is a test. It's like when you're not defensive towards yourself and your own shadow, when you're not telling yourself that you're hard to love, when you really do see yourself clearly, then you'll be able to see other people clearly and what they are offering. You'll be able to see their true intentions because you'll be seeing past your ego and your judgments of yourself that you're projecting onto them, thereby skewing your true intuition or feelings about them, right? There's a test coming up and you have to look at yourself intimately and see something and accept and embrace something in yourself in order to make this choice wisely, I feel like. Otherwise, you will get in your own way and throw yourself off here. There's something about this choice that is not, it's not simple or easy necessarily. I just want to clear everything else and just look at this Ace of Pentacles, or Ace of, Cups in reverse for a second. I feel like there's something more that wants to come through about this. Let me pull some more oracle cards about it before I let you go. There's something more about that coming in the near future here. What is shifting? There could be like an outpouring of love and emotion that is coming in the near future. And I almost feel like this is on your behalf. Because with the Ace of Cups in the upright, this would be like this is something being offered to you. Even if it's springing up within you for you, it's coming to you, right? You're receiving it. This is kind of coming through not as the denial of love, but as you being the one that is out, like pouring it out to someone. Maybe in a vulnerable way that leaves no room for speculation. It's like you're going to make it so fucking crystal clear. It's interesting because this is Mercury in Scorpio. You're going to do what might feel risky, and I feel like in the near future you're going to have an opportunity to share how you really feel based on fucking your principles and your heart, and the fact that as a Scorpio, if you believe in anything, you believe that if you love someone, you should fucking let them know. Right? You know I'm right. And ultimately, Scorpio, if you were going to die tomorrow, would you tell this person that you fucking love them? You know that you would, right? Yeah, intimacy is scary, but it's also what makes life life. So say what you need to say, even if it comes out a little shaky, or even if it feels a little risque, a little bit like flashing your whole soul or heart to someone. Hard to love, hard to love. No, I don't make it easy. Take a look at that belief about yourself. You're not hard to love. You have so much of it in you. The only thing that makes you hard to love, Scorpio, at times is when you, because of that belief that you are hard to love, become defensive and guarded. Then you build walls, and then you really are hard to reach. But until that point, you're incredibly easy to love. Trust me. I've loved a few Scorpios in my time. We're going to move on now to Sag. Thank you for being awesome, and check your other placements, okay? I'll talk to you soon, babes. Bye. Hey Sag, how are you doing? I hope you're doing well. Okay, let's see what's going on, what wants to be highlighted for you, what you need to know, what kind of validation you need to receive maybe, or just insight into the present circumstances. Let's just see what wants to come out. Okay. 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 There's something really specific coming through here, so only take this message if it's yours, obviously, as always. There's a pretty big shift that's taking place for some of you right now. I'm going to get the tarot down before I say too much, but your actual physical living situation could be changing or could have changed recently, but I feel like in regards to that, you're not feeling like it was an empowered kind of move or something that you focused on and chose and strategized. You could feel more like this is a shift that was not good fortune, that was something that was more forced, like I said, and not something that you actually chose. Sorry. My crystal fell over. Okay. There is a message here for some of you to cleanse a little bit, especially focusing on, yeah, spiritually cleanse. There's sort of a shadow element and you're protected from it, but it's kind of getting through in your mind, I feel like, for some of you, the way you are framing something. It's like you feel disempowered because of the direction that you're focusing your thoughts, if that makes sense. So it's not like you're under attack from something outside of yourself. It's more like you want to do some maybe mental cleansing through becoming more aware of how you're framing things, like I said, or how you're thinking about certain changes that are happening in your life. Okay. Let me get the rest of your cards here. Yeah. This is kind of beautiful, actually. There's definitely something gorgeous being offered to you, or it's like right in your vicinity. You're already in it. You're in the energy of it. And I think that they're kind of saying don't get too fixated on the current physical circumstances because those can and will shift. So don't focus or put your overall level of like self-respect and empowerment in the hands of this one situation that is going to change, you know? Let me see here. There's a lot coming through for you already. Okay, yeah. Well, you're being pushed away from your past here. Something is contributing to that. Okay. You may be becoming aware of like some sort of toxic element here from your past, and you're like, I'm not going to be controlled by that anymore. Okay. So you have for your overall present circumstances that want to be dug into here a little bit more or highlighted. You have the Six of Swords, and it's clarified by this number 10 card of home. You can see that. I feel called to read the description for this out of the book, and I haven't done that for any at all during this whole all signs reading, but I did grab the book because I felt like I was going to want to reference it, and I do. I feel like there's just something important in there. Let me just see. Number 10. Okay, so it says you are being guided to come back home to who you truly are. So with the Six of Swords, this is like the journey home. Drawing this card can signal a change in your physical home or sense of where you belong. It also symbolizes that wherever or whatever your current situation is, you can trust that this moment is in alignment with your higher self. You have not lost your way. You are right on time and on track. Access your higher power when having to make important decisions. Always orient yourself north to the morning star and be assured that you will make the decision that is in alignment with your highest good. So the symbolism on this card, this is the morning star, the brightest star on dawn's horizon. People honored it as a sign of courage and purity of spirit. The renewal of traditions was also celebrated, or it was a symbol of the renewal of traditions. So the coming back to who you traditionally or fundamentally are is kind of what this feels like. So the current circumstances that you are most engaged in or that really want to be highlighted there are important at this time is that you're on this journey back home to yourself. And there definitely could be an element that has to do with your physical surroundings or location as well. Okay. So you're in the energy of the Nine of Cups. See more about that. I think you're in the pursuit of joy, I want to say. Not happiness, but joy, because thirsty. Happiness can be fleeting. Happiness can be more I see happiness as like the lower octave of joy, or the more prone to shift. Maybe the more malleable sister to joy or cousin, whereas joy is more of like a baseline that is something you carry deep within you. This is just my perspective, by the way, of how I kind of contrast against the two. Joy is something deeper that cannot be so easily shaken for me. And happiness is something that can be fleeting and it's more superficial. It's still beautiful, but you are on the pursuit of deep emotional fulfillment. Maybe that's just a better way to say it. Which you can technically find in the midst of any experience or emotion, because it's you are again carrying that sense of home within yourself so you can be fulfilled in any emotional state, really. The Nine of Cups is about emotional regulation as well, not being confused or thrown off where you know you are at overall, just because you're experiencing different things along the way, along that journey. So what's this Nine of Cups? Tell me more about this. What is up with this? You have Capricornian energy here as well. The Ace of Swords, the Chariot in reverse. Okay, you're seeing where you were not moving forwards here, or why you were not moving forwards. Where and why, most likely. The two are tied together. I feel like there was an area of stagnation here where you were having trouble connecting to like your emotional will or your true intentions or motivation surrounding something, maybe. It could be that you are redefining now what will actually bring you a deeper level of fulfillment here. But I feel like this is something maybe you weren't recognizing in yourself. Because you're more mature now, or you've shifted, and so therefore your intentions and what you are ultimately seeking has kind of shifted too. So it's almost like there's something you emotionally outgrew or healed here, but intuitively you didn't recognize or pick up that this growth had happened, which is normal because most times when we heal, it's over an extended period of time and a little bit at a time. So it's gradual and harder to always know or see how far you've come, especially if it's on an emotional or a mental level, which is internal, right? But you're seeing this now, but it's through seeing yourself that you're seeing where you want to go that you haven't been yet, and maybe what that will ask of you. Let's see. Six of Cups in reverse. This is your most prominent influence right now. I feel like you know that you do not want what you've experienced in the past. Like there's something you want to shift, evolve, or move away from to have a different experience. And again, it's about how you want to feel very much with all the cups energy. It's the kind of life and experience that you'll ultimately have is how you want to feel, right? It's in large ways painted by how you feel about the experience, like how you are taking it in. However that was happening in the past, you want more. You want more. So you either want to feel different things or you want to feel deeper, more deeply. There's something about the past though that you're unsatisfied with, and you are actively kind of pushing yourself and being pulled externally by something greater, it feels like, to evolve a little bit here. Six of Cups in reverse. Three of Cups. Seven of Swords in reverse. It has to do very much with the relationships in your life. What do you choose to come into union with? Who do you choose to come into union with? Because these are all contracts, whether they are spoken and written or not. Energetic contracts. Everything is energy, and energy is currency. So what are you spending yours on? Who are you spending yours on? And is it providing or supplying anything in return, or is it just kind of taking from you? There's an illusion that you've seen through about the kind of people that you want to surround yourself with and the kind of situations that will come to you as a result here. If you surround yourself most likely by people who are not interested in changing or growing, or people who are in a state of scarcity or focused in more of a lack-based mindset, then that rubs off on you, right? Like psychologically speaking, we become like the small group of people that we spend the most time with. Humans are, we can be influenced, right? And especially to the greatest degree, potentially, by our relationships, the relationships that we give weight to. So there's something that's shifted in your perspective about what you want out of that and how they will support you in getting to where you want to be in your own personal goals and this sort of thing. Okay, so you're making some revisions here. The devil is in your recent past. The devil. Okay. Let's see. What's this about? This sexy little devil here. So you have Capricorn and Cancerian energy, which is interesting because they are on an axis together, sister signs. Let's see. No, it's like 6 cards. No can do. Let's see. Tell me about the devil. The Wheel of Fortune in reverse. Okay, death in reverse. The 5 of Wands. All right. There was some sort of conflict or competition in the recent past here. It's coming through as you might have felt as if you missed out on an opportunity, or you have like maybe you haven't missed out on an opportunity altogether, but you feel as though you could have cashed in on something, or you could have experienced something a lot sooner if you weren't stuck in some sort of old pattern that you have been ready to outgrow. But I feel like the people around you or your surroundings, something about that was not supporting your evolution in some area into something, again, that is more than what you have been. So this could be like people who are more comfortable with you playing a little bit small, because then they aren't challenged by your personal growth, right? Or they aren't intimidated by you being in your power, or they can more easily assert control or dominion over you, whatever the case may be. Something reared its head in the recent past here and brought up some sort of conflict that made you realize that something is a little bit toxic, I think, or that maybe someone around you or just your surroundings in general are not conducive to your personal growth and well-being or abundance in some area that you kind of want to expand. So I think that, again, this is what is pushing you away from your past here. Let's see. What's shifting soon is the 9 of Wands in reverse. So what's that about? The 9 of Wands in reverse, all about in the near future here. The hair. King of Swords in reverse, the Lovers in reverse, the Queen of Cups in reverse. What the fuck? Okay. Let me see. What is this? What is this? Just give me a second. Could be an Aquarius or a Gemini energy that's coming in. Doesn't have to be. I feel like this is a love interest potentially. What? Why is there so many people here involved with things? There's the King of Swords in reverse, the Queen of Swords, or the Queen of Cups in reverse, the Queen of Pentacles in reverse, Page of Pentacles in reverse, and the Knight of Cups in the upright. At the bottom of the deck. I'm just going to leave the bottom of the deck and just focus on this here first of all, because that's a lot to deal with. I feel like you're going to remove yourself with some level of finality here from a experience or an engagement or a contract or union commitment to someone that you no longer wish to be connected to. And I feel like this is you in that connection. this is how the cards are on the table here. See how you're looking away? The Lovers in reverse is you two, right? This is the connection between you. There's a chasm or something is breaking apart. Someone is looking away from it, and the other person is still focused on the connection and the other person. I feel like this is someone else and this is you. Your love, there's been love lost in this connection. You're wanting to move away from it, and I feel like you are the one that's moving away from it actively. With the Six of Cups in reverse, you could have just gone the ick from something as well. This thing that's not supporting you in the past, it could have been a romantic partner. Or if this wasn't something intimate, the Lovers can also just talk about anyone that you're really tied to, like meant to have some sort of significant relationship with that can teach you things, or that you can grow and evolve beside one another. So this could be a close friend, a family member, or like a partner. This is them, the King of Swords in reverse. They want to still hold on, and they're a little bit also manipulative and controlling. You're seeing something about this that you do not like or appreciate, and you don't want to pour energy into it anymore. The Nine of Wands in reverse, you don't want to put effort and energy into it. You don't care about moving towards this because you no longer want to complete it. But there's this also, this Knight of Cups at the bottom of the deck. I just want to clarify what that is before I let you go, because that's something different. This Lovers in reverse, though, this could give you some trouble. You might just have to deal with that person a little bit here, because I don't see them really being ready to release you, even if you are sure or certain that you want to move in another direction here. So you might be creating some closure in that situation. But let me see more about this cute little guy before we move on, okay? Who is this Knight of Cups? I think this could be another option for you, or else it's you moving forwards. Coming out of the Queen of Cups energy, who is someone who is like already actively committed, usually. Pulling back that energy, and then maybe this could be you putting yourself back like on the market or something like that, into more of like a casual space, I feel like. Yeah, exactly. That's what it is. Okay. Seven of Wands in reverse, Ace of Pentacles. You're taking yourself out of that energy by creating closure and putting yourself back in this, which is more casual and more open. Your defenses are down and you're open to new opportunities with the Ace of Pentacles. Okay. So it's almost like once you close this past thing out, that might come up again just to kind of be finalized, or maybe validate that you are making the right move. Yeah, I feel like whatever this is, it's going to put you in your power in more of a way, even if that's just you stating clearly your intention to end or move away from something, and creating that closure is going to put you more in your power, because you're speaking your truth, you're asserting yourself, you're respecting yourself, you are coming from a tempered and balanced and well-regulated place within yourself. You know what you want and why you want it, and you're moving towards it. So that's positive, okay? So if this does pop up, it's just popping up because this is something that it's completed and it's ready to kind of be closed out, so that you can open yourself up to something new, okay? And I feel like now that you see this, you understand that it's time, you feel ready, and I don't feel really like any messy emotional attachment to it on your end, so I don't think it should be too complicated for you to progress out of. All right? I love you, my darlings. I hope that you're doing well. It looks like you're doing some amazing growth and just a lot coming in terms of self-awareness. So that is awesome. And yeah, you can check your other placements if you feel called to do so. Until next time, my loves, we're moving on now to Cap. Hi, Capricorn. All right. So let's see what's going on with you guys in the current this current snapshot or moment in time, in the now, in your presence here, where your presence is. See what is most influencing you, what you're moving out of, what you're coming into, those sorts of things. Just see what wants to be highlighted for you. All right. I hope you guys are doing well. You're like, yeah, just get into it. We're not waiting. Okay. There's kind of like an erratic energy or a rushed energy. Even like I said, the cards just flew out. Like, You feel like someone has some sort of power over you. It's interesting. I'll just grab you an oracle card and then we'll get into this, okay? Excuse me. Oh, right, okay. I was also channeling a song for you. When I was tapping into your energy, Capricorn, before I started actually recording, I was channeling a song by Kings of Leon, and it's called I Want You. So this could definitely have to do with a partnership. It's interesting because the lyrics that I was channeling specifically go, she says, I want you exactly like I used to, but this is only bringing me down. Exactly like I used to. That whole album is so good. It was like 2008 or 2007 maybe. Only by the Night, like every song on that album is a banger. I forgot about that album. Okay. There could be something that you know that you want to communicate, but you, I don't know. It's like it's stuck in your, something about it. You don't have the motivation or enough motivation to speak about something yet, even though you do kind of want to express something. You still need a little bit more of a push, it feels like. Or there's something you feel like you don't know and you would prefer to know before you say something. Anyways, let's get into unpacking the actual cards. I just like splooshed my coffee everywhere. Sploosh. Reminds me of Pam from Archer. If you know, you know. Okay, so the Prince or the Knight of Wands in reverse is your present energy or circumstances. You're feeling a little bit all over the place, huh? You're feeling a little spazzy for your energy. Um, the Knight of Wands in reverse is erratic. What's up with my voice like cracking? I guess my throat is starting to go. But this is an erratic kind of energy that it can be taken as irresponsible, but it's not always on purpose that it's irresponsible. It just is like, it's the energy of when you're almost slightly manic, or you're just sleep deprived, or you haven't been taking care of yourself, or you've been scattering your energy. And so you're kind of just everywhere at once, and things do fall through the cracks. That can be the Knight of Wands as well. A lot of people do immediately paint that energy as kind of like the womanizer, the Don Juan, or the the heartbreaker, kind of the F boy of the deck. But this is your, tell me more about this Knight of Wands in reverse. I do feel like this is your energy though, because your present circumstances is not going to be another person. So this is you. The Knight of Cups and the Moon. Piscean energy is here strongly, actually, because the Hanged Man is here too. And Leo energy is also here. Leo and Pisces. Interesting. There's something I feel like that you're wondering if you can save, but you feel pulled in more than one direction surrounding this particular thing. It's like you're of more than one mind here. And so your energy is being scattered, and it's kind of a confused sort of vibe. There's definitely something I think that you're aware that you're missing, like a piece of the puzzle that you're aware that you're missing. But there's something that has to do with your heart space that you're kind of hiding under the surface or keeping under wraps. If it were up to just your heart, then you would move forwards on whatever this is. You would move towards someone, say something. I don't know. There's deep sort of emotion here with these two cards, but there's also some sort of fear or doubt surrounding that. And because there's a piece of information you don't have the full confidence that would give you kind of that will to push forwards, is what I'm seeing. That's the situation, the current circumstances. But there's someone that you do want to move towards, I feel like here. It's something about the heart. I mean, if there's no one else involved, this technically could be about you wanting to move towards something that you are very emotionally connected to. So if it was like a passion project, or some sort of goal, or a connection with someone that's not romantic in your life, just take it how it resonates. But your energy that you are currently embodying and radiating is the Hanged Man in reverse here. So this is technically Neptunian energy, but that is the ruler of Pisces. It's in reverse. So that's the energy that I was saying. Again, you know that something's missing. Something is not allowing things to just click into place so that you can digest them and move forwards. And I think this is throwing you off. It's throwing you off balance. These two cards also came out, Kali and Loster, I don't know what that is. New beginnings and liberation. It's like you want to be free of one thing so that you can start something new. But there's this part of you that feels like you're missing something that you need in order to fully close out, or have the understanding you need to liberate yourself from this other thing. Okay, so something's making you feel kind of stuck. And I even see that here in your most prominent influence right now is the Four of Pentacles, power. And the Four of Pentacles talks all about like the structures and the foundations that we build the structures on that hold things in place, the groundwork that we do that creates stability. But it can also, if we get stuck in old ways, it can have power over us. It's like the structures that we build can end up owning us. And this can be taken in terms of like the thoughts that you have, the beliefs and values that you carry, right? If that thing starts having power over you instead of you over it, using it for your own liberation and well-being, then it turns more into dogma, right? So these things that we put into our life to empower us can on the flip side hold us in a place we don't want to be and have power over us. So I think that something's happening here where there's something you want to do, but you're being very torn, mostly, like I said, between wanting to do it and being guided mostly by your heart that doesn't really want to walk away from something. I feel like there's something you want to return to in order to maybe close out an old cycle and start something new. But before you move back towards it, there's something you feel like you need to know first. What's this Four of Pentacles that's influencing you so much? This is like something that you feel is kind of cemented in the Ten of Pentacles, wealth. You're building a solid foundation in the physical world. You could be laying the groundwork so that you feel like you have enough to give in a connection before you move towards someone. So you could just be securing like your finances, or I don't know, buying a house maybe, or getting your health or your daily habits and routines in a healthy and consistent sort of space. You know, it's like you're setting the groundwork or laying the foundation so that you can build on top of that and invite someone in to build on top of that with you. It's kind of like you're streamlining the process here. So I'm not really seeing this Four of Pentacles as being something that is holding you down in a bad way. I think you are using it to create empowered structures that will help you expand and be abundant with that Ten of Pentacles, or at least that's very much what you're being motivated by or influenced by, is the feeling that you need to do this, the desire to do this. Just be careful, Cap, because the only thing that I see about that is normally that's totally fine, right? And it comes very, very naturally to you to do that anyways, because you are an earth sign. You are the most evolved earth sign, and you are cardinal, you know. So you, of anyone, are going to be the one that takes action to make things like this happen. The only thing is that you can get a little bit like OCD and obsessive about it to the degree that it ends up controlling you in that sense, where you feel like you have to do it. It's like an obligation or compulsion kind of thing. So just make sure that you know where the line of reality is, that it's like some things are empowering you and bringing wealth into your life. But when you have to chase that or live up to a certain crushing expectation or standard that you are setting for yourself, then it can begin to be stifling or destructive, self-destructive. Okay, so just be aware of that. Because sometimes you do tend to really focus on the physical and your work when other things are going on that you can't figure out, because that's like your comfort zone and your strength. And it can be therapeutic for you, honestly, because it makes you feel it reminds you that you are super capable, that you are strong. It puts you in an empowered state, but you're being asked to kind of find that empowered energy somewhere else as well at this time. And I think it has to do with allowing your heart and your softer side to speak up, and maybe allowing yourself to take action without all the details, and from that place of just, this is what I feel I want to do. This is what my heart wants me to do. Okay. Yeah, the Lovers at the bottom of the deck. There might be something you feel fragmented off from that you want to reconnect with. But it's almost like you have to liberate yourself from yourself to get back to that thing. Yeah, you're fighting some sort of internal battle here. The Seven of Wands. It's almost like you're fighting a battle to get to this person, to get through yourself to this person, so that you can embark on a new journey with them. It's almost like a prince going to like meet a princess, and on the way he has to slay dragons and go through the swamps of sinking sand and all of these things, you know? But you're doing it in the name of love. You might be doing it somewhat begrudgingly, and you might be somewhat... Just go easy on yourself through this process is what I want to say, because if you are having these like expectations for yourself that are not even necessary, you could be burning yourself out. You could be getting a little like OCD manic type of thing about this the attainment of something, and like what it needs to look like or where you have to be. You could be being very judgmental or critical of yourself and your current like position or standings in life in some way. And that could just make you focus on like, if you're critiquing your life in that way and picking it apart, you're just going to be focusing on the areas that you're not happy in, and you're going to ultimately magnify those. You're going to expand them because that's where you're pointing your energy and consciousness, right? So it's okay to look at things and be honest with yourself about where you want to maybe like implement new healthy habits so that you can improve or gain wisdom or become stronger and, you know, more balanced. But try to approach it from the perspective of like accepting and loving yourself for where you're at and who you are now simultaneously, if that makes sense. You can realize that you are a work in progress and simultaneously a masterpiece or a work of art at the same time, right? That is what it is to be a human. Okay. The Eight of Wands, swiftness in reverse, is in your recent past. And then strength in reverse is what's shifting soon for you. Well, nothing has really been moving here in the recent past. You haven't been saying or doing anything. You've just been shoving whatever is in your feelings under the moon. So kind of down into your subconscious. But I feel like it's been affecting you in other areas of your life. You've been acting like out of character in some sort of way, maybe irresponsible or erratic in some sort of way. Most of this activity could take place at night as well with the moon here. For some reason that's coming through. But these activities are sabotaging you, and I feel like you kind of have an awareness of this. You might not know or understand that it's being caused by like your avoidance of your feelings here, but you've basically been trying to put things on hold. Yeah, there's the Fool in reverse as well, because again, the Knight of Swords in reverse, you don't feel like you have the answers or all the information you need to move forwards. So you haven't been in the recent past here. It's like you couldn't assure yourself that you would be successful. So you've been in this energy kind of worry and being like, well, because I don't have the answers, I don't have the luxury of moving towards this thing that I want. I don't feel prosperous enough. I can't guarantee that it would end peacefully, or that this person would accept my offer, or that like a truce would occur, or whatever it is. Tell me about strength in reverse coming up here, shifting soon. The Three of Wands, virtue. I think you're going to decide to act on something despite uncertainty. Despite your uncertainty, I feel like you're going to do something, and you're going to do it from a place of like your character, your morals, your, this is something you believe in, and you're like, okay, what is an example? It's kind of making me think of like Moulin Rouge, if you guys have seen that movie. So good. But it's basically, there's this group of artists and kind of like hippies, and they just believe in like love and passion and beauty, and right, these things that we live for. And it's like those are their sort of like driving forces, and the virtues that they are basing or building their life around. This is like you're taking a chance on something, you're going after something, taking a romantic approach, making a romantic gesture, for instance, to someone that you love, despite knowing that it's a bit of a risk, or you don't know how it's going to go. And it's like, in the name of love, you know? Or it doesn't have to be in the name of love. It could be because I believe in being courageous, because I believe in being honest with myself, because I believe in creating closure for myself so that I don't sit here and wonder in this stuck, paused state. I just go find out and then deal with whatever happens and then move forwards, right? Whatever your virtues are, that's kind of what's going to be guiding your action. And I see you being a lot more balanced and able to move forwards without things weighing on your mind and worrying you after you make this choice. Even if the outcome is not exactly what you would optimally want it to be, Cap, you're still going to feel better because you weren't stifling part of yourself. You're liberating yourself from yourself, like I said here. Truly, this liberation does not have anything to do with another person giving you what you want and you getting a new beginning with them. It's you liberating yourself from yourself and then creating this new beginning, which is going to be the foundation that you build on from that point forwards. But at least then you're going to know what you're working with. So I see you kind of taking things into your own hands despite some murkiness or confusion here, and despite being in stuck mode or on pause a little bit surrounding this. I do feel like you're going to be shifting out of that soon, and you're going to experience an integration of your ego as well to some degree here, Cap, because you are being courageous to do this, but you're being courageous by making yourself vulnerable in some sort of way, which is truly a deeply courageous thing to do. It really is. It does take guts to be open and to be vulnerable, and it is not a weakness, you know, because the people who do that really are mostly the people who are not afraid to, because they know that they know themselves, right? They can be vulnerable and open because they know what they're being open and vulnerable with, and they know what they stand for, and they accept themselves. They know that they're, you know, a good person. They're the person that they want to be. They are happy with themselves. So really try to focus on those things that make you you, and focus on highlighting the areas of yourself that you are really happy with, rather than becoming ultra focused on things that you could improve. Because Capricorn, let's be honest, overall, you're always pretty much killing it. Big picture, you're always pretty much killing it. That's just you. So don't let some doubts or uncertainty breed insecurity where it doesn't need to be. Okay, because no matter what happens with this situation, once you move towards it and speak your truth from that empowered, balanced place, you're going to feel so liberated by taking that action that you're gonna be thrust into this new beginning in a really abundant and open energy. And you're going to be receptive at that point as well, because you have opened yourself up with that vulnerability. That's the thing about vulnerability and being open, that literally is the recipe for being receptive to things flowing into you effortlessly. So I think that once you take this chance on yourself, you're going to be opening this door to not only an exciting new beginning in your life, but more trust in yourself and more abundance as a result of all of this. I love it. And I love you. So, I am going to move on now to Aquarius. But I hope that you guys are doing wonderful. Make sure you check your other placements. And I will talk to you again soon. Bye, Cap. Hello, Aqua. How are you doing, my beautiful little alien babes? I hope that you're doing amazingly well. Okay. Let's drop into your stream of energy here and see what's going on in the present moment, what Spirit wants to highlight in terms of the things that are influencing you right now, the past, what's shifting in the near future. Let's take a look. All right. What does Aquarius need to know right now? What does Aqua need to know? Two more tarot cards and then an oracle card, and then we good. Let's see. Final card for Aquarius. Okay, what's going on here? One more oracle card. It's in the upright. Okay. Yeah. Wow. This is very interesting. Okay. Aquarius, let's get into this because this is intriguing, as I generally find your energy to be. Maybe because I'm an Aqua Mercury, I don't know, but real big fan of your guys' energy over here. Fangirl, always. The Five of Coins is what's coming up as your present circumstances or energy, though. And I want to know what that's about, because there's something you feel like you have to be strong here to get through, and it feels a little bit rough. Even if you know that it's for a reason, even if you're committed to it because you're like, this is how it's got to be for now, it still is feeling a little bit gnarly at the moment, it feels like. I'm hearing that you're integrating something. Integration is what I heard. Integration. Two of Cups in reverse, Queen of Coins in reverse, Two of Wands in reverse. Two twos. There's another two on the table and they're all in reverse here. So this is very much about making a choice or the choices that you have made. Certain choices that you've made. For some of you, this has to do specifically with like the types of relationships you pursue or allow yourself to be a part of, engaged with, whether that's romantic or otherwise. It has affected your self-worth in some sort of way. And I think you're coming to this breakthrough. You're having some sort of deep insight. I think that's what's integrating in about this. How you can change your trajectory. You don't actually have to be on a path where you have to be strong all the time or where you feel like you are out in the cold or in a state of lack or scarcity, like there's not enough. I think that you're being offered the opportunity to liberate yourself from some old way of perceiving reality, way of perceiving yourself and what you are capable and worthy of. It feels kind of like a release point of any extra baggage or weight that you were holding so that you can ascend. Here. You've done a lot of work so far as well to get to this point. That's why you're having this breakthrough as well. You've already uncovered a lot. So it's kind of coming through as you've been on this journey of healing. You've been committed to whatever this path is for a while. You are in the energy of strength, which is Leo. Leo's major arcana card. We also have Gemini on the table here, so those signs could be significant. They don't have to be, though. And strength is the energy that you are in. So if the Five of Coins is the present circumstances, then strength is the energy you yourself are embodying or radiating. And it came out with these two oracle cards as well. Evolution and Hidden Path. Earth changes, climate change, transformation, and the marriage of spirit and matter with strength. So this is interesting because I feel like the evolution or the up-leveling or ascension, whatever this is that you are going through right now, Aquarius, it's super spiritual, but it's also, you're grounding it in, you're seeding it in, rooting it into a very physical, human or like matter-based world or reality. Like this card says, you're bringing spirit and matter together. So this could be you going through something where you're recognizing some sort of self-limiting belief that's been intercepting your abundance, or it's been coming between you and your most expansive self. And it has something to do with you integrating and balancing out or finding a way to move forwards on your path from more of a place of balanced or unified spiritual and physical existence or life. And it's not going to feel as hard. It's going to feel a lot more supportive living this way, I feel like. For some of you, this could also very much have to do with the solar flares that we've been having this whole past year. There's been physically a lot more light coming into the atmosphere. And it is creating evolutionary change in the climate, in the earth, in humans. Because there's no way that something that big could happen and it not, right? So while we don't know exactly what those evolutionary changes are or what is being transformed, we can feel it. And for some of you, this has to do with that as well. You are integrating more light, like literally, and that is also almost activating more light in terms of your consciousness. So you are spiritually and consciously shifting and transforming as well as physically shifting. So it's almost like this physical integration of light is mirroring your internal process that you're going through right now of bringing together the spiritual and the physical is kind of what this feels like. It's really interesting. The Two of Coins in reverse is your most prominent influence at this time. There's a choice that needs to be made and acted on. You've either already made this or it needs to happen. Let's get more about that. What's this Two of Coins? The Eight of Wands, the Fool in reverse, and the Five of Swords. This is something that I feel like for most of you has not come in yet. The Ace of Wands, the Eight of Cups in reverse, the Five of Wands. There could be something that comes in an untempered state. Another person is what I'm seeing for a lot of you. Coming in like a bat out of hell to communicate with you, and they're very passionate. They haven't released you or their feelings about the situation between you. They've been at conflict about this, but I see them coming in kind of like a whirlwind of erratic energy. I see them making you an offer. And whether this is a romantic partner coming in offering like a relationship, or whether this is just someone coming in this energy offering you some sort of opportunity, it comes in very quickly. And I feel like the Fool in reverse and the Five of Swords, there's a lot of just confusion and game playing and fuckery. It's like pretty much immediately I think that you are going to understand what you need to do here, but this is going to be, if this hasn't already happened, the greatest influence on you, on your current situation. So this has something symbolically to do with you choosing more abundance for yourself. Something about this thing that's coming in does not feel abundant. It doesn't feel like the new beginning or the ascended place you want to leap off into. It feels more like shit that you've already experienced, you know? And so you're going to be offered something, I feel like, that you already, it's not aligned with your new direction that you're trying to move in here and align yourself with. And it's also not very much aligned with just the overall energy of abundance. You're going to know this. This could be you reaching out to communicate with someone as well. And then you quickly realize, like, well, at least I fucked around and found out. But I feel like you're going to really have a clear understanding. Like, it's going to make up your mind. So something about the way that this person responds to you, they either put you in your head, they are playing games right away, nothing has changed. Something is like a dose of reality here. And you're just kind of like, no. I think you create closure in this situation. It's going to be quite defining. Quite a defining experience that's going to really shift something in this greater process for you. You're going to understand something about some sort of fear that you've had, I feel like, that may be part of what has been kind of holding you back from maybe more of a deeper subconscious place that you haven't really been able to witness in yourself. Like an invisible block, or a block that is part of your blind spot surrounding yourself that you're now ready to move away from. It's a cycle you've completed, a lesson that you've learned, and something about the rejection of this opportunity that would kind of pull you back into those energies that were not, that were either constrictive, unfulfilling, or misaligned, or just, stressful, dramatic, whatever the case may be, full of conflict. Something is symbolic about you. It's almost ritualistic, you saying no to this. It's like it creates a ripple effect and puts something else very much into play. that sets you off in a different direction. So it's almost like you're saying to the universe very clearly with a big megaphone, this is not what I want. I repeat, I am done with this cycle. You set this person on their way, or this situation on its way, and you don't even have to be rude about it, right? You don't have to be, you can be kind, you can be empathetic, but you can also know that something is not for you. You send a really clear message to the universe that I feel like you had been a little bit ambiguous about still up until this point. There's some sort of truth that you kind of need to see about something. There's also something here where you could realize that you've been manifesting a certain kind of person or a certain kinds of opportunities because you've been manifesting from a place of fear, or there was some sort of hidden fear that has been influencing the things that you are pulling into yourself or drawing towards you. The Lovers in reverse is what is in your recent past. This could be the thing that is returning. The thing that didn't work out in the recent past here, the Lovers. There's someone that there's a chasm between the two of you here. The energy just got really quiet and still. Yeah, the Chariot in reverse, the Hanged Man in reverse. There's been no movement or very slow movement, or there's been no communication with this person. It has literally felt like this has been put on ice. Not just put on ice, but like frozen or kept in one of those chemical pod things where they put bodies and they're just like, we'll create a clone of you later or some shit weird like that. This has been put on ice. Nothing's been happening. The Death card, the Seven of Cups in reverse. Anything else flip over? No. Death and Seven of Cups in reverse. Strong Scorpio energy. Something has been transforming though. Someone now knows exactly how they feel. And I get the sense that that's, I don't know if it's both of you, but I feel like someone for sure knows how they feel now about the situation. Something has transformed, and it could be that the distance between the two of you has given someone some space and breathing room and distance to understand how they really do feel and why, outside of being like defensive or feeling influenced by something else. Now, whether that's you or this other person or both of you, I'm not sure, but I do feel like something's transformed that brought in deep emotional knowing or intuitive knowing. And this happened in the past, but it feels like the knowing only came once something had broken apart. It's like you don't know what you've got till it's gone kind of thing. The Six of Swords in reverse is what's shifting soon. Shifting soon. Six of Swords in reverse. There's this journey of growth and evolution that's happening. For some reason, you and whatever is coming in here in the near future to confess to you, to speak to you, to express itself to you, whatever that is, you guys are influencing one another on your journeys of like personal growth and evolution. See the girl, she's riding in like this little boat made out of a leaf. The leaf signifies growth. I'm taking that as there's this blue feather too that is kind of acting as her sail. And that to me is like truth. The truth is what is optimally guiding this journey of growth and how fast it goes and which direction it goes in. But in reverse, it's like not being able to navigate in a positive direction or a direction that makes sense because maybe you are not focused on the actual truth, not willing to accept it, or not focused on your personal growth. The Queen of Coins in reverse and the Page of Wands. What? What? Five of Wands. And the Four of Swords in reverse. What? It's because both of you are acting here from potentially from a space of conflict within yourselves. One of you is the Queen of Coins in reverse. I feel like this is you, but the roles could be reversed. And you're paired with this Five of Wands energy. There's conflict inside of you, internal conflict, like in your spirit, kind of at the core of you. And with the Queen of Coins in reverse, this is telling me it probably has something to do with you not taking great care of yourself, your physical needs, not getting enough rest, not seeing your own self-worth, and treating yourself as you would based off of someone that has high self-esteem, right? So like caring for yourself the way that you would tell a child that you love to care about itself, or your best friend to care about themselves, or the way that you would care for like a little plant. You know, it's like really nurturing yourself. When you don't do that, usually it's stemming from the belief that you don't deserve it in some way, or not seeing your own value. And there's some sort of conflict that's being created here that you might be coming towards the situation or engaging with this person or situation from that energy. The other person is in the Page of Wands energy, but they are tied to the Four of Swords in reverse, which is very similar to the Five of Wands energy, just slightly different. It does talk about there being an unease, but it's mostly mental. This person hasn't been able to stop thinking about you, stop thinking about this. They can't get you out of their head. They keep going over the situation, ruminating. There's something they are not at peace with. And it could be about the way that they communicated in the past, or the fact that you haven't communicated, that there's been a long period of no contact and they thought you would reach out, but you haven't. So now they're pushed to this place where they've been waiting, but it's like they can't wait anymore. They're so in their own heads now that they are like, now I have to act. But the thing is, neither of these perspectives are super healthy, because it's like the two of you being pushed to this action, not necessarily from the healthiest place, right? What is the advice for Aquarius? What's the advice for Aquarius in dealing with this? You are going to have this choice to make. I can see that. And I think you're meant to make the choice that most aligns with this positive evolution and transformation that's taking place with you. When this person comes in, are they willing and capable of being someone that supports your overall well-being and optimal existence? Do they align with you not just physically, but do they align with you spiritually as well? Because you are in the middle of marrying or unifying those two parts of your life. So anything that does not mesh with both parts is going to throw you off calibration or off balance, right? Places where you may have been able to cut corners or to make it's like have little cheats, you know? I don't feel like you're going to get off, you're not going to be able to get away with as much now because you've undergone some sort of major transformation. It's like old toxic ways will not be you can't really do the same shit anymore. You can't get away with it. There's a low tolerance for certain things that you used to engage with. So it depends really how this person comes towards you. But you are definitely meant to see your own source of inner conflict and kind of create some sort of closure surrounding that so that you can see this situation clearly when it comes in, so that at least you know your energy is not worked up and your headspace is not skewed, or your perspective is more objective, right? It's not stemming from an insecurity that's coloring or framing things. So then from that place, you can see and hear this person clearly when they come in, and you'll be able to understand if pairing with this person would be something that liberates you from an old toxic pattern, or would it be something that feels like it does add more enrichment and joy to the existence that you are trying to move towards. It's going to depend where this person's at and how much of a transformation they've gone through in the time that the two of you have not been connected as much, because a lot can happen, you know, and I see that a lot has happened for you. You've evolved massively, but you have to see if this person has as well, or if the situation that they're offering fits you, because you have grown. Okay. I love you so much, Aqua. I hope you're doing well. Mwah. I'm sending you lots and lots of good vibes and kisses from Canada land over here. Make sure you check your other placements if you feel called to do so, to get a more well-rounded picture of what's up for you. And we're going to move on now to Pisces. Fam, hi, Pisces. I hope you guys are doing so incredibly well. I feel like every time I do an all signs, I'm just like walking home, and then when I get to Pisces, I'm like, I open the front door and I'm like, honey, I'm home. Honey, I'm home and I had a hard day. Pour me a cold one, and oh, by the way. Okay, I'm an Albertan, and I won't sing Shania Twain to you. I will hold off, because I love you. But that's how it feels to me when I get to you at the end of my readings. And it feels nice. So let's see what's going on for us. Let's see what Spirit wants to highlight for the Pisces collective that needs it most right now. Some messages, any messages that are most beneficial surrounding your present circumstances, the energy you are embodying, what is influencing you, where you're coming from, what's shifting in the near future, and all of that good stuff, okay? I was channeling a song as well. My Rottweiler is barking outside. I can hear him doing his little whoops. Probably the Amazon guy. Okay, the song was by Alanis Morissette. I wanted to look up the lyrics. Let me find it. The song is called 8 Easy Steps. Okay, I don't want to listen to it. I just want to look at the lyrics. The part I was channeling was... Okay, so it's the very first lyrics that I was channeling. So she says, how to stay paralyzed by fear of abandonment, how to defer to men in solvable predicaments, how to control someone to be a carbon copy of you, how to have that not work and have them run away from you. It was the first two lines that I was channeling. Specifically, the one I heard was how to defer to men in solvable predicaments. How to stay paralyzed by fear of abandonment. What's going on with you? Let's see what comes up. What else does she say in this? Oh my. Okay, I want to read more of this to you. How to keep people at arm's length and never get too close. How to mistrust the ones you supposedly love the most. How to pretend you're fine and don't need help from anyone. How to feel worthless unless you're serving or helping someone. I'll teach you all this in 8 easy steps. The course of a lifetime. You'll never forget. Wow. Okay. It could be something tied into that. I feel like these are things that a lot of humans deal with, to be fair. But there is a reason why this came up. So we'll find out. Okay. Let's get 5 cards for Pisces. And then an oracle card as well here. Okay. Wow. Okay. One oracle card here too. Archetype card. Clarify Pisces energy here, please, for me. Okay, everything's going everywhere. That's too many cards. Try this again. Let me give it a bit more of a shuffle. This deck is not cooperating very well with me. Here we go. Still got 2. Very, very fucking interesting. You'll see why. All right, so let me see here. Just give me a second. So there's strong Gemini as well as Cancerian energy here. You could be dealing with one of those signs or have them in your chart as well, but you don't have to, okay? So the Lovers, the alchemical heart, this is what came through as your current present circumstances, or whatever the topic basically that Spirit wants to discuss. The Lovers, the alchemical heart. And you came out in the energy of the Queen of Wands, the cosmic huntress. I love this deck. Like, look at her eyes. So beautiful. Okay. Well, I love this. I love these energies. And they're extremely interesting because the oracle or archetype cards that came out, two came out. So the first one, I only saw the first one initially because they were like this, and the mirror was on the top, and then underneath it is the offering. Now it's interesting because I feel like you are being offered a mirror in the form of another or a situation. I think it is another person for many of you. It doesn't have to be romantic, but someone very close to you, someone that is like a kindred spirit, someone who can really see, like read your soul, read between the lines, picks you up without you saying anything, you needing to say anything. There's just like a very organic, natural, alchemical sort of fundamental connection here. And it's because the two of you share so much in common with the mirror. You're really just mirroring one another back to each other, or you see each other. You might both be very authentic, so you can see the most clear reflection of yourselves back in one another because of that. You're not looking into like dirty mirrors. If you're not looking at someone who hasn't done any of the work, and is their reflection skewed by ego? Is their reflection skewed by bitterness or resentment of the past that they haven't worked through? All these things, right? That create insecurity and like a lack of abundance. They don't seem to be present in this reflective, heart-based energy that's being offered to you. Tell me more about the Lovers. The Hermit. You could be dealing with a Virgo or someone that has strong Virgo in their chart. This is coming to you because, again, you have mastered your own self, or you're in your own sovereign energy. Mastering yourself is kind of something that happens moment to moment in every now, right? We have new challenges and new opportunities to be sovereign, be empowered, be our own master. There's someone that wants something. They have just decided, I want something and I'm going for it. I'm taking off my mask and I'm moving towards you. This is someone that has been on their own personal, independent, kind of isolated journey for a while now. Whether you know them already, whether there's someone from the past that you've been disconnected with for a while, or whether this is someone new. Tell me about this Queen of Wands. Tell me more about the energy that Pisces is in. The Cosmic Huntress to me just says, with the Queen of Wands energy, you are so connected to spirit, to your higher self, and it's like your antenna is up and transmitting a signal, a high vibrational signal, like what you desire, what you deserve, what you want, what you are naturally calling in. You're speaking it out loud to the cosmos at this time, and that's why you're drawing this thing into you as well. It's because of again, it's a reflection of you. It's on the same vibration as you. Page of Pentacles and the Ten of Pentacles. Exactly. You guys have the same idea surrounding what it is you want to ultimately create. And you just want to take small steps towards this together. I think you're in a space of accepting where you're at, is kind of what this feels like. You are empowered, you're confident, but you're also accepting. You are empowered and confident because you're accepting of where you're at and who you are. So you could have done some integration work, some shadow work. You have been looking at yourself quite clearly with this mirror energy being what you're embodying. And so now, because you have looked at yourself clearly, you are being offered something that also reflects clearly back at you, if that makes sense. I want to look and see what the description says about these in the book. I only did this for one other sign. I can't remember who it was, but I'm feeling called to look at these for you. The Mirror, page 201. The Mirror, the reflection, the illusion, the looking glass, witnessing the deeper self, pure awareness. When it's in its darker shadow side, it talks about narcissism, comparison, and harsh edges. It says we look into mirrors every day without recognizing them as portals into another realm. They can shatter, flatter, distort, reflect, and project an image back to us that we deem to be true. The energy of the mirror is all about self-perception. When the archetype of the mirror appears, we are in the mythic land of Narcissus, who saw himself reflected in a pool and fell in love with his own image. So compelled by his reflection, he could not turn away, a fixation that eventually led to his death. Recognize the power and danger of the mirror. It is a construct, one that may drive a shard between you and your true self. The mirror contains trickster energy. Put the phone down, stop with the comparisons, let the mirror stand empty for a while, rest with the one inside. So part of this is about you looking at yourself without all of those judgments and comparisons, which really it is the ego or narcissistic tendencies, which we all have to some degree, that causes us to compare with others, right? It's caring so much how we look in comparison to others, or where we like stand compared to others, that makes us do that. It's interesting though, the part where they're saying all the different things, that all the ways that an image can be projected back to us, which we then deem to be true based on what that particular mirror is showing. It can shatter, flatter, distort, reflect truly, or project an image, right? And I feel like that depends as well on the kinds of people that you have around you. Like I was saying before, what they show you, what that mirror reflects back to you. There's something here about needing to not just mirror what somebody else brings to the table, though. In a situation or like an energy sense, you need to think for yourself and do what you know your inner self is telling you to do. That's also coming through. The offering is 193. The gift, the present, the sacrifice. Generosity, donation, and volunteering when in the shadow. It represents giving with expectation or keeping track. It says, if there's a gift you've been thinking of giving someone special, now is the time. It is a call to action. So this card is a very clear message, as many in this deck are not. It talks about there needing to be something given or given up for the sake of the bigger picture. It's important to consider what must be offered and who is to receive it. You may feel attachment and hesitancy. You may make excuses, but recognize the link between the word sacrifice and the word sacred. One leads to the other. When we offer up something to the greater good, we lighten our load and become more able to serve. Imagine for a moment if you were to offer your whole self unconditionally to the world. For now, start small. There's something that does want to be offered and received here between you and this other energy. There is some sort of excuse, fear, attachment, or hesitancy there. And I feel like this has to do with opening up and giving love, giving the heart, giving, maybe not mirroring each other's like more defensive. You see how the armadillo is on this card and he's all wrapped up, right? Like with his little armor. The two of you in the past you may still be in the present, reflecting back at one another, kind of a guarded or defensive energy, even though you have deep love for each other, is kind of what this feels like. And that mirroring actually needs to be broken so that something deeper can be offered in a more authentic state, really. Because the love is absolutely there. Your greatest influence on the situation is the Queen of Cups. And the Queen of Cups is all about unconditional love. Giving without expectation, giving because that is what your heart wants, and the heart wants what it wants, you know? And that's not to say you should follow your heart towards some toxic ass person who's going to abuse you, but it's when you are in alignment and empowered with yourself, then yeah, you should let your heart lead the way some of the time, right? In a balanced kind of way. Tell me more about this influence. I'm seeing this as being the mutual love between the two of you and this person, though. The Seven of Pentacles, the Sacred Heart in reverse, and the Hierophant. There's been a commitment to shutting down your feelings for each other or putting it on ice. Again, it's like pausing it. There has been an actual investment into that, a commitment to not connecting to something very sacred in your heart. And maybe that was for the sake of removing that reflection or removing that influence, removing that comparison, so that you really knew from the core of you how you feel, what is your personal energy telling you about something. How do you feel about investing in this? Do you feel like it would be rewarding? What is it that is driving you towards investing in this? Do you feel like it would bring you, does it bring you joy? Does it feel organic and natural? Is the love fulfilling and mutual? Is this something that you feel ultimately you have the keys to unlock and create something that is together going to be solid and long lasting? Something that you can commit to. That's what's coming up here. But there has been this deep unconditional love under the surface the whole time that this process was taking place. And it was still influencing things. It's like as not committed, or as committed as you were to kind of shutting out the influence of this love, that in itself, the fact that you had to be committed to doing that, is showing that it was still influencing you. Do you know what I'm saying? And that's not a bad thing. It's just kind of showing how powerful this love or influence is. The Four of Pentacles is what happened in the recent past. The prudent mountain goat. I feel like people were, again, there's like this prudent, cautious, or withholding energy. It's like, I'm holding back. I am the maybe the master of my inner self, but I'm not going to open that up and share it with you because I don't know if I can trust you. I need to be prudent or cautious with my energy. There's something about holding back energy, being kind of cheap with your energy here with this person, or not sharing that much, maybe. This could also be energy conservation in the recent past when you and this person weren't even really engaging with one another. Or a combination of the two. Tell me about this Four of Pentacles in the recent past for Pisces. What's up with this Four of Pentacles? What's up with this Four of Pentacles? The Page of Swords. The Star in reverse. Okay. There was some communication that kind of shut the two of you down in the past. And that communication came from an unhealed place. It came from a curious but kind of insecure place. It's almost like the energy of two people kind of biting off more than they could chew, or more than they expected. Like leaping in to try to communicate or flirt, and then realizing, oh fuck, you're my soulmate, and I have to actually take this more seriously. And you're also highlighting and mirroring back to me the places that I thought I healed within myself that I still have work to do. I'm going to run away now. You know, it's like there's something though that you needed to uncover within yourself, I feel like, and heal. It's like you held back a lot of energy in the past here from one another. And when you did communicate, it was from this kind of guarded place, or a place that was maybe assuming the worst because, again, it had not been properly healed yet. What's shifting soon, though, is the Chariot. You are breaking through something, especially any emotional block that you had or anything that had been blocking your movement forwards due to like a lack of being connected to your vision, to your motivation, to the things that drive you from the inside out, like your passions, your inspirations. The Ten of Wands. Something gets so heavy that it forces movement. It's almost like the dam breaks and something suddenly spills out. That is the energy of cardinal water. The Chariot is Cancer. It's almost like I'm channeling a line in a poem that I wrote. I can't even remember the whole poem, but I think one line was like, I am a cloud just before it rains, the moment when the pressure can no longer be contained. That's this. The moment before the rain breaks, the Chariot, cardinal water is just like something just starting, right? And it's because something breaks, something is under pressure, and then it just breaks open and floods out. So this is happening, something's shifting here in the near future. It's going to be a lot of energy flooding in and coming towards you. Can you give Pisces any final advice on this situation to guide them before I let you go? This looks like a test from the universe. Can you discern what is true and what is worth being vulnerable and open? What is worth exposing your sacred heart to? The interesting thing is the only way that you can really find out what aligns or resonates with your sacred heart is by taking the leap and opening up to it. Because only once you open up and transmit that frequency can you then know whether something matches that frequency, right? And the spoiler alert, spoiler alert, I think that this does. I think it does. Final advice on how to approach this for the best good of all. King of Pentacles in reverse. Take into consideration maybe someone else's potential. What this is coming out as is assume that someone is more sensitive than they are showing you they are, okay? Just assume that you're dealing with someone who does have feelings that are just as deep and ooey gooey and far reaching and complicated as your own, okay? Give them the benefit of the doubt that they are more like you than they may be showing. And then I feel like it's kind of lead with, like, understand too that this person has been confused and hurt and stressed by the situation just as much as you have. They might be coming towards you in more of a stressed out, frustrated, or imbalanced space. Just communicating out of frustration is what I'm getting. And that's part of the reason why I feel like you don't want to just automatically mirror back at them what they're bringing your way, because it doesn't seem like it's an accurate reflection of how they feel. It's just coming from this place of pain, the bleeding raw heart. They feel very wounded by this person, which I feel like may surprise you to hear, Pisces, or it may surprise you when they sort of have this outpouring when they come towards you. They are either just more vulnerable with you than they've ever seen you, or than you've ever seen them, more sharing and open about their own insecurities, or you can just feel it in the way that they're expressing themselves, like something has been under their skin, like they were pushed to deal with this because, again, something has been hurting them. So I want to say, like, bring to this person the energy that you want in return from them as well. Be the energy, like, be the influence on the energy. Don't be influenced by whatever they come towards you in. Yeah. And I want to say it doesn't even really matter whether this person is genuinely ready for you or not. You will never know if they truly resonate with your sacred heart and your unconditional love unless you are brave and sovereign enough to not be afraid of heartbreak anymore and to open up, like to boldly open up your heart and say how you feel with your whole damn chest. That is something you are meant to offer to this person. Try really hard not to get trapped in like comparing, like, oh, but they're talking to me this way or they're coming at me this way, so I have to match them and like be more closed down and cautious. It's like, no, that's stupid bullshit. No, that's not the way to approach. It's like, this society is so messed up with the way that we approach dating. It's like, they're playing games, I'm going to play games harder. That's going to do something positive. It's like, where's the common sense? Where is it? Make it make sense. It's like, no. Doing the same stupid shit someone else is doing that's pissing you off and frustrating and confusing you is not going to make the situation better. It's just going to confuse and piss you both off, you know? So be the example. Be the change you wish to see here, Pisces. Because the thing is, you both have this love under the surface. And inside wants out. It's time. This cloud's about to burst, and I feel like this is a storm you kind of want to dance in the rain of. You want to feel this. You want to feel this fully. I don't know why I want to smile, but there's something about this energy. I think you're in love with this person. You may not want to admit that anymore, especially if you feel like you guys haven't talked or engaged with each other in a while and you should be over it or you should be in a different state. Should, whatever. There is no should. There is just what you choose, what you want to create, action and reaction from those intentions, right? But if you love someone, let them know, Pisces. I don't usually have to tell you that message because you know that that's what life is all about. That's what all of existence is all about. It really comes back down to love and just being honest and authentic and open with each other. But there's something here that makes me smile, and if it warms your heart as well, then be brave for it, because you can't lose anything. You're so full of love, you can't lose anything by sharing your authentic feelings with someone you care about, okay? And it's not about comparing with their response or what they're able to give back right now. It's about liberating yourself. Here. And what you are ultimately offering, the reflection that you're ultimately offering this person by choosing to bravely give your open, sacred heart to them. They will be surprised, I think, at what you reflect back to them, and you may be surprised in their reaction to that as well. Okay? I guess you'll see. I love you so much, my beautiful angel fish. I hope you're doing well. Watch your other placements if you feel like you want to. Get a more well-rounded picture of what might be happening for you at this time. I am sending you lots and lots of love, though. Until next time, boo. I'll talk to you soon. Bye.